closure of the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating in person, please step up to the microphone. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a phone, please press star 3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing star 3 on your phone's keypad. I will now ask Colin Martin, planner, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaw. First, hand. I'm hearing an echo.
Someone at your end might have their mic on.
I'm going to ask Adam if he can come and check that, but go ahead, Colin.
Sorry, I think we're just waiting for the PowerPoint here, so just a moment. Great, thanks. So this public hearing is for a proposed official community plan and zoning bylaw amendment in electoral area I. The application file number is I-2023.012-zone. So the subject property for the proposed amendments is 177 Clearview Crescent. The property is located in the Apex Mountain Resort. Its current official community plan designation is medium density residential, and its current zoning is medium density residential Apex. The parcel is approximately 530 meters squared and is located within a rural growth area. So this application is looking to amend the electoral area I OCP and the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw in order to allow for a duplex to be constructed. This application is specifically looking to amend the OCP designation from medium density residential to low density residential, and the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw from, or I guess the zoning from medium density residential Apex to low density residential Apex duplex. The current RM2 zoning only allows for apartment buildings, townhouses, and vacation rentals, and the proposed zoning would allow for duplex dwellings, single detached dwellings, and vacation rentals, duplex dwellings being the intent for the zoning change. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Colin. I will declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. There's nobody in the room here, so if there's anybody online, please raise your hand if you wish to speak. I'll ask for a second time. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Not seeing any hands. Am I missing anybody, Adam? Okay, I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Again, I'm not seeing anything or any hands. So I will hereby declare this public hearing closed at 9:06. Thank you, everybody, for your patience on that. And we will go now to planning and development. And I'll turn it over to Director Knodel to chair that.
Thank you, Director Pendergraft, and welcome everyone to the Thursday, February 2024 Planning and Development Committee meeting. I'm looking for a vote to approve the agenda, please. So moved, seconded. All in favor, please. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Moving right along. First item up, B4 activity report. CAO Zaffino, please.
Thank you. So with the length of this board meeting, we decided that we're just going to present the report as you saw on your agenda and ask questions by exception. The manager and staff's here to answer any of your questions rather than have a detailed PowerPoint. We're going to do all of the Q4 reports. This will also be the last Q4 report you're going to receive in this manner. Going forward, as of last meeting, you are going to receive the Gantt chart system monthly. So with that, if there's any questions with Mr. Garish, he is here to answer.
Thank you, CAO Zaffino. Could I please get the screen back? I can't see the board, so oh, there we go. Any questions for Mr. Garish? Boy, we're a pretty easy group today by the looks of it. All right. Yeah, no questions. So seeing no questions for Mr. Garish, we'll move right along. The public engagement options. Zaffino, please.
Thank you. So the purpose of this report is to provide options in relation to public engagement on the provincial residential requirements under Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act and the ability for an electoral area or areas to adopt in this requirement. And the staff recommendation is that consideration of opting into the provincial residential requirement under the short-term rental accommodation be deferred to 2025. Mr. Garish is here to answer any of your questions. There is a PowerPoint, I believe.
Great, thank you. So cognizant of time, I'll try to go through this as quick as I can. Just some background context again for the board, even though I know this was at the last committee meeting. So the item that's before you today is an option that's embedded within the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act. That piece of legislation was adopted last October, introduced a whole bunch of new provisions which relate to the regional district and how we will deal with vacation rentals going forward. But the specific item before you today is the opt-in provision for the provincial principal residence requirement. So as we understand it, at a staff level at least, the Act is basically stating that the province is okay with property owners using their residence for short-term accommodation if it happens to be their principal residence, and that there appears to be a provision for a second vacation rental unit on the property if there is an existing secondary suite or accessory dwelling, and that the province intends to start enforcing this requirement on May 1st, 2024. So if you happen to be a property owner renting out a residence that's not your principal one, this would obviously impact your ability to do so going forward. Now, some key considerations for the regional district. The principal residence requirement is a default for municipalities with a population above 10,000, so it doesn't apply to the electoral areas. But there is a provision that obviously allows for local governments to request of the minister to be considered for that same provision. There are some restrictions around that in that it can't be applied to a mountain resort. So again, within the context of the RDOS, that would be Apex. And also can't be can't be applied to farmland, which again, given we're a rural regional district with a lot of ALR land, that's a consideration as well. Some administrative aspects to the opting in request. So it would require a board resolution. The ministry is asking for background information, which I'll touch on in a subsequent slide, to be accompanied with the resolution. The resolution must be submitted to the minister by March 31st. And if approved, it'll take effect November 1st. And I think at the last committee, I incorrectly said that it would be a yearly requirement to request the opt-in. We were able to get clarification on that. It's not. Once you opt in as an electoral area, you're in. And in order to be removed, would request a subsequent resolution to the minister asking to be opt-out of the requirement. So again, background context, last meeting committee, there was a request for public engagement options in relation to the opt-in question. So we've put together some options for you to consider today. Based on the discussion that occurred at committee last meeting, obviously APC consideration is available to you. Given the timelines that we're dealing with, at a staff level, we suspect that we're probably looking at having to schedule a joint special meeting of the electoral area APCs. Ideally, we're thinking at the regional district office because we can then offer the hybrid attendance option, and that would be one avenue for input. And then the second one, which I think was discussed at the committee as well, was a public survey option. So in order to do this, I think the most effective way possible would be to have it as an online-only survey, not paper-based. Again, primarily because of the time constraints that we're dealing with in order to get a resolution to the ministry. So as the board will recall, there was a previous survey run in relation to vacation rentals in 2023 that was on regional connections. We're thinking that might be a suitable platform to run another survey and give residents an opportunity to register their comments that way. Whoops, sorry. Some additional considerations as well. So we're anticipating that this is probably going to require between 35 to 40 hours of staff time, and that's in relation to APC preparation and scheduling, as well as the background work required for the public survey. Some considerations around the survey, we recognize or expect that it would be unscientific. We're not sure what kind of response rate we would get to it. Because of other projects that have been ongoing, staff have not spent very much time on the new provincial legislation, so there's going to be some required background research and preparation to educate ourselves and also to prepare materials for the public to consider when we're asking them the questions in relation to the opt-in option. And then also there's going to be some funding requirements in terms of promotion. Obviously, some come with very minimal costs, but when we're looking at the newspapers, both physical and online, we're anticipating costs in relation to advertising and making people aware that there's a survey option for them. So all told, yeah, 35 to 40 hours. I think we estimated around $5,000 budget, which we can cover out of electoral area planning, either advertising or project line items. But in order for us to do this, we're probably going to have to look at delaying some additional projects or at least deferring them while we work on this. So in terms of equivalent projects, ones we identified would be the principal or main vacation rental review itself. So while we're engaging on the opt-in question, that we would cease doing any preparation for the rental review, defer that to April. Similarly, any work in relation to the ESDP update would probably have to be deferred to April as well. And I meant to put an asterisk on this last one because we still haven't had a chance to organize the housing workshop for hopefully February, but we are working on that. And if there are action items that came out of that workshop, it's unlikely we'd be able to start those until the opt-in process was done, and then we had been able to get the vacation rental review and ESDP restarted. So looking at May for that. And I also just want to flag for the board too, which I indicated earlier, there was the vacation rental survey that we ran in 2023. There was a series of questions that were asked, but I've pulled out question 23 here because I'm hopeful that it provides you with some guidance on the issues that you raised at the last meeting. And specifically the question that we put to residents who participated in the survey was their opinion on whether a caretaker or resident operator, which in the context of the new legislation, we understand to be a principal resident, should be living on the property while there's a vacation rental use occurring. And as with these surveys, I mean, certainly there was a strong response to say that there was a desire to have a permanent resident, and that was the most commonly the most common response. But if you look at the other two responses combined, those exceeded, and that's why in the report we said there was 57% of respondents who said they did not feel that having a principal resident requirement was important for a vacation rental. So I just want to highlight for you as you consider this option of potentially future engagement. Yeah, and then again, just a refresher, the resolution has to be accompanied by background information. I think the province is wanting to see what our housing needs report has to say about vacation rentals, our understanding of the number of rental listings in the community, and as well as our vacancy rate, all of which, as we indicated at the last meeting, we do not have information on that to accompany any resolution. So that's a shortcoming we're concerned about. And we also identified too that we are still waiting to try to start the vacation rental review. We're hopeful that this project might address some of those concerns or requests for information that the province is looking for, and that we can use that going into 2025, which is why the recommendation that we've put before you is to defer consideration of this opt-in option to 2025. But of course, there is the alternative. And so just to clarify, I think we would need a board resolution on which electoral areas would be opting in, and then we can certainly put that forward to the board, or sorry, to the minister for their consideration. So that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Garish, and my apologies to the board. I'm suffering from a fairly severe cough here, so if I break out, it's unintentional. Any questions for Mr. Garish, please? Director Roberts, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm losing my voice to many people's enjoyment. My question being, moving this on, is there something in your mind in regards to the sequential process here? Like we talk about having a workshop. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around so much information coming in and stuff from the province and the opt-in, opt-out, the different things. I'm just wondering what your take on like the process, because it ties in with like the vacation rental stuff that we started with discussions before. It ties into all these other things in regards to the new legislation in Bill 44. What do you see as sequentially moving through that landslide of information and direction? Thank you.
Mr. Garish, please.
Well, certainly at a staff level, we're hopeful to get some other current ongoing land use projects completed, which will allow us then to repost an RFP for the vacation rental review project itself. The RFP that we had prepared last August had within that the option for a board workshop in order so that we can set to understand the direction that the board wants to go in relation to vacation rentals, keeping in mind that currently the approach is that vacation rentals are prohibited. There is no accommodation for principal residents. The board deals with them on, I don't want to say ad hoc basis, but on the basis of obviously applicant or property owners coming in with a temporary use permit application. We know from the other changes in relation to Bill 44 that we have to update our housing needs report by the end of the year. That process could also help inform some of the background housing residential demand needs within the various communities that would give us more context on the vacation rental opt-in question. So obviously for staff we see this very sequentially playing out with the various projects that we have to complete this year, and that can inform the opinion of whether we make a request to the minister in 2025. But for this year, in the absence of that information, it's difficult for us to say to you as a board that we think you should do this.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Director Taylor, you had indicated that you may have some questions here or an input into this. Do you want to do that now, sir?
Sure. I guess question to Mr. Garish through the chair. I'm not understanding why you referred to the question you did refer to, which talks about having a principal resident on site, when the legislation doesn't talk about having a principal resident on site. Just says it's got to be your principal residence. You can be in Europe and rent out your house. We had a question on that, which was question 17. And I don't understand why you didn't use that, but you used something else, which to me doesn't relate to the legislation.
Am I good to go? Oh, okay.
Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Sure, thank you. So if I understand correctly, you're referring to the 2023 vacation rental survey and the questions that were in there. And I apologize. I suspect it was just simply a matter of available time in order to go through the survey. A quick word search picked up question 23, and that was the one that we focused on. And then I suspect my earlier reference to somebody on site, I didn't mean to confuse, because of course a bed and breakfast has always been distinguished from a vacation rental based on the person being in the property. That wasn't what I meant. It was that, you know, this is your principal residence. You're here for most of the year.
So, thank you, sir.
Can I carry on then?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So my concern is, you know, we've sort of put in our analysis that 57% of residents don't support this requirement. And yet there's another question, question 17, which does talk about principal residence and whether it's your own personal home or your basement or whatever. And there's 60, depends on how you interpret it, but 60 to 90% of the people seem to be in support of that. So, sorry. So I feel like I'm going cross-eyed here. So I feel that we've put some analysis forward that suggests one thing when in fact the survey suggests something else. As you pointed out, the survey itself, I don't think is statistically sound or valid anyway. It's good and it's great information, but I just think we all have to be a little careful about tossing around stats out of this. So I'm concerned about just the flow of money. And I just feel that with all the municipalities around us being in a position where they prohibit multiple units being owned by one person, that money will flow to areas that do permit it. And we have, I mean, you can do a study and our rental rate, I mean, maybe it's 0.5%, maybe it's 1.5%. It's extremely low. Our price of housing has gone up. So I just feel this is going to drive us the wrong way. What I would really like is some time and some discussion at this board level and also with our residents to hear what they think. Because I really appreciate and sympathize with the load on staff, but I also don't want to drive rental rates up further in my area, and I don't want to drive house prices up further, and I don't want any more dark houses. So again, going back to our anecdotal study, 70% of people were interested in long-term rentals. Anyway, I would very much like to hear more discussion on this, and I don't want to get locked in today to having to be opted out.
Are you making a motion, sir?
Not yet. I would like to hear everyone else have their discussion.
Chair Canodal, we have Director Miller and Director Federico that would like to speak to the motion.
Director Miller, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Mr. Garish. In terms of if someone gets nailed having an illegal suite, I understand a fine of up to $3,000 per night can be issued. I presume that it'll be bylaws responsibility to enforce this and not the provincial government's, but can you elaborate on that?
Mr. Garish, please.
Well, I can only speak to our current situation. And so we do have fines in place, MTI and bylaw notice enforcement, that we can apply to situations where there's land use contravention. So theoretically, somebody operating a vacation rental currently because it's prohibited by the bylaws. If you don't have a temporary use permit, then we would be able to fine. We haven't adjusted our fines for MTI yet to reflect the new $3,000 provision, but that's something that we were probably looking at doing this year. So that's the best I can offer at this point.
Thank you, sir. Director Federico, please.
Thank you through the chair. Can staff please explain who's going to be involved in this decision on the 22nd? So who around the board table is going to be voting on whether we're opting in and opting out? Because it is up to each electoral area. And so I've had some questions in my community on who is actually sitting and making this decision around the board table.
Mr. Garish, please.
It would be a rural vote, so it would be all electoral areas voting on the motion that's put forward with respect to that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Garish? Director
So we
Von
have, oh, hold on, we have Director Gettins.
Okay, Director Gettins, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just had some clarifying comments or questions, please. So if there's already a secondary suite, then provincially you're allowed to rent that out. But can you build a suite now to rent out for short-term rentals? Do you know?
But we would look at it at two separate processes, right? So theoretically, a building permit would come in to allow for a suite, and we would just simply do a zoning check to make sure that it was allowed, it was properly serviced, and if it was, then you could build the suite. And again, I can only speak to our context.
Yeah.
If you wanted to then rent that suite out for a vacation rental, you would require discretionary board approval for a temporary use permit in order to do so.
But I'm sorry, if I could just ask a few questions, Chair, if that's okay. But if we opt in and someone doesn't have a suite and they're permitted to have a suite, are they allowed to build a suite for the purpose of a short-term rental, or will that be regulated provincially? I know that's maybe out of your.
Well, we would simply be looking at the use of the suite as residential when the building permit came in.
Okay.
And if they wanted to change that use, they would require board approval through a TUP. It's difficult for me to say what would happen later on because I don't know what changes we might implement.
So we wouldn't be, okay, I can see why this is complex on the staff side then. So we wouldn't be issuing TUPs if we opted in. Wouldn't all that regulation and enforcement go to the province then?
That's not, we haven't had a chance to research this
Yeah.
because we've been busy with other projects,
Okay.
but in reading the policy manual that the province put out, it strongly recommended that local governments not adopt a different regulatory approach than what it's taking if you're going to be opting in.
Okay, and so can you remind me what the regulatory approach is then, if we did opt in? And then I've got
Well,
one more follow-up.
Again, I'm going to qualify this by saying we haven't done proper research, right? But when we look at it, it appears to be that the province is suggesting if it's your primary residence, you can rent it out for vacation rental.
Okay, and then just clarified on the dates. If we need to opt in by March 31st.
Yes.
And if we do opt in by March 31st of 2024, it comes into effect November 1st, 2024.
correct.
So up until November 1st, it's our current bylaws, which currently we don't permit vacation rentals unless we as a board say okay to a TUP. So if we were to wait until March 31st, 2025, really the risk of having a lot of money be transferred into the rural areas for vacation rental purposes is only from November 1st to March 31st. Until then, there would be no change. Like it's November 1st is when this is all going to come in. So I know for Greater West Bench for sure that nobody's interested in it becoming like the West Bench Hotel and it being empty overnight. I don't know if there is a massive risk with investors coming in this window to purchase Greater West Bench if they're doing any research at all and even listening to 5 minutes of this conversation or the past conversation or every TUP here. So I'm not feeling that risk. And if there's time to look into things like who is doing the enforcement, are there any unintended consequences that we haven't seen yet because we've only just started? I don't know if the window from November 1st of when it comes in to March 2025 is that big of a window for risk to not get that information. So I'm on the fence on this. It's not that Greater West Bench doesn't want to opt in. I just don't feel the pressure that if I don't opt in, then suddenly all the investors are going to put their money up there.
Yeah.
So that's just my comment.
Well, and the only point of clarification, I'm not sure if I'm getting this or putting this well, but I mean, the only community within the electoral areas in which somebody could purchase a property and start operating a vacation rental without any board approval is Apex. So that's the only community I can see where that's a risk of people coming out of the municipalities because it's been prohibited and going somewhere where it is permitted. in the rest of the electoral areas, it's prohibited. You cannot do it unless you get
Unless we,
board.
because, but
Yeah.
they're doing it because we're giving you permission, or they're doing it illegally anyway.
Yeah.
And I guess the biggest question for me is if we do opt in and they continue to do it illegally, who's enforcing that? You know what, that's the question. Like, is the province coming on in and checking? Like, I don't know how that all works. So there's a lot of information that I'm having a hard time advising citizens on. And that's why I'm like, do we rush this to go right now? Or do we go, hold on, let's just see what happens. We've got till November 1st. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Anyways, I'm open to conversation. I'm on the fence on this. We don't want Clarity, Greater Westminster being a hotel. I just want all the information before we make a decision.
Thank you, Director.
So Chair Canodal, we have Director Holmes, Director Monteith, and Director Bloomfield.
Do you want a chair?
No, just keeping track. I'm just writing stuff down for you.
Director Monteith, please. Yeah, that's the order I see you in. I can see the hands.
Thank you. I hear you, Director Yettins, but I can tell you that my community is being approached and homes are being sold. People are expecting to be able to have vacation rentals in my community, and my community doesn't support it. Like, they really don't. So by delaying, we will become the next vacation community. Like, that is exactly where it's going for my community of Clayton. So I can't wait. Like, we really can't. We are under pressure. I'm getting calls from realtors, property owners from Vancouver, Alberta that own properties that absolutely want me to guarantee that we're not going to opt in. And I can't, because we really need to protect our community. I'm disappointed that the province put us in this position, because they made the decision for municipalities, but they're forcing us to make that decision. And that's not fair to us. We're so close to Penticton, and the pressure for our communities can be great. So I understand needing more information, taking our time and doing it right. But I think that if we make a motion in committee, at least we're going in the right direction, and maybe that'll expedite the process of getting the information we need before we make a formal motion in board. So I don't know what others think, but I think that we should proceed.
Thank you. Director Holmes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So the province is setting up this enforcement unit. So presumably, if you opt in, you have access to that, and if you opt out, you don't. But they're also setting up this registry of all short-term rentals that all short-term rentals have to register. So question through to Chris, do you know if you opt in, presumably you're on the then anything would go on the registry, any short-term rentals. But if you opt out, do you know then if they're still obliged to be registered?
Mr. Garrish, please.
No, unfortunately, I don't know. At this point, we're not even sure if our temporary use permit number could be used as an equivalent business license, or if we're looking at having to do two permitting processes, subject to other changes may be happening in order to allow properly permitted operators to be able to register on these platforms without provincial enforcement because they don't show a proper business license. But beyond that, we haven't had a chance to do investigations.
Thank you, sir. Director Gettins, please.
Thanks to the chair. Just really quickly too, Chris, was the other new information that you shared today that once you opt in, then you cannot opt out?
Mr. Garrish.
Yes, we had incorrectly advised the board last meeting that it would be a yearly requirement to request to maintain opting in. That was clarified for us. That was incorrect. You'd only have to make the request to opt in once, but in order to be removed, you would then have to make a request to opt out to the minister. So,
thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Garrish? Director Bloomfield.
Thank you, Chair. Director Bloomfield here. Listening to the discussion around the table, and I would just like to refer people to, there's a guide on the provincial government website. There's a guide for municipalities on the short-term rental regulations. And some interesting points in that guide are that, as an aside to this regulation, they are encouraging, well, they're certainly allowing and probably encouraging regional districts to start a business license program. And that will be your governance model right there, instead of having to deal with time-consuming and individual TUP applications, because obviously business licenses don't come to the board for approval. So that's, from a governance position, that's one way to deal with it. And of course, that would mean starting up a whole new department, which means more people, which means more cost. So something for everybody to think about in that regard. That's a staff report for another day. The guide is really clear, I think, or as clear as it can be. But from a business perspective, I would say that the immediate implications that I've seen in the marketplace, the real estate marketplace, is that there's some more houses coming on the market in Penticton. I have not seen myself. I have not seen investors willing to risk buying properties outside of Penticton to become short-term rentals when there's a risk that in a year's time you may change your minds. And I say you because it's a rural director's vote, which I'm not, of course. And so if you change your mind in a year's time, that's a risk that those investors just don't want to take. And so I think what it's doing is, there's two consequences I can see. One is that the rate for hotel rooms has gone up, and the rate for existing vacation rentals has gone up. And that's the immediate reactions that I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Director Coyne Jr., did that answer your question?
No, I wanted to ask Chris if he's reached out to the ministry to see if there's a process that we can use to exclude areas of an electoral area. As I come back to Tulamane versus the rest of Area H. It's not a resort area, but it is a resort area that just doesn't have the designation. So again, I'd like to know, has staff reached out to try to see if there's a way to exclude areas that currently are not excluded? Thanks.
Mr. Garrish, please.
We haven't specifically reached out to ministry staff, but we did participate in a webinar that the ministry put on for local governments. I think it was January 31st, and this question did come up. And ministry staff were quite clear that there is no option for carving out sub areas within an electoral area. Either that electoral area is all in or it's all out.
Thank you, sir. Director Coyne Sr., please, and then Director Taylor.
Yeah, this is a very convoluted thing we have to try and deal with here, especially over here where we have such a diverse communities. So at this point, I would not be agreeable to going into this. I think we really need to look at the licensing end of it so that we can control where these things are to a certain point, but also the fact that when you put in we'll use the example of Missoula Lake, where we just turned down one. They advertise all the amenities that are at the community there that were all paid for by local residents. And if we went to some sort of licensing fee or some such thing, that some of that money could go back to these community associations to be able to maintain them, as they're not government funded but on any level. And this has gone on in every community out here. So I think we're a long ways away from buying in and making anything rigid right now. I take the position of just kind of, let's do some work this summer. Most of the residents from Area H aren't here at this time of year. They don't come back until May. So it's virtually impossible to try and have community discussions at this time of year. So I would lean very strongly to looking at this over the course of the summer and making our decision at a later date. Thank you.
Is that a motion, sir?
Sure.
Is there a seconder? See a seconder? No.
Point of order, there's already a motion on that one. Would that not take precedence from previous?
I didn't believe there was a motion, sir.
The last Planning and Development Committee, there was a motion moved and seconded.
Thank you, sir. Can you get that motion read out, please?
I'll have to find it.
I got it. I believe the motion is that consideration of opting in for the period principal resident requirement under the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act be deferred to 2025.
Thank you, sir. Director Taylor, please.
Yeah, I'm just, I have an understanding of what the province is offering. Okay, like I've got some understanding of what that would give us. But I'm not clear what we're comparing that to. The status quo, since when I came on, the status quo was that TUPs would be approved. And it was kind of very exceptional and viewed somewhat critically if a director moved to decline one, because we were told these people have gone to all this length and now you're going to decline them at the last moment. So that's the system we're working under now. And I did decline some, and they're operating. So, and I have also spoken to our bylaw enforcement, and they tell me that under the current TUP scenario, it is very difficult to enforce our option. So I view the current thing that we've got as basically unregulated. I have over 86 Airbnb STRs within, like, not even including Heritage Hills. Okay, that includes a little bit of Area I, but not very much. Well, it's a circle around 86. The last time I checked with you, we had 6 TUPs. If I include Heritage Hills, I'm sure I'm well over 100. So I just view that what the province is offering is an opportunity to get control and regulate. And what we presently have is unregulated. If we had something that was different than that, I'm all ears. I'd love to hear it. I'd like to look at another option, because I think the provincial thing, while it'd be very consistent with the whole province and the whole valley, there could be a way of doing it that might tailor-made to our community that might work better. But right now, I don't have that. I have the current unregulated, in my view, versus some form of regulation. And I believe, like any new industry, there's a place for this industry. This industry is going to serve us well in future, but you go through phases, and we're moving out of the infant industry stage to a mature stage that requires some regulation. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, sir. I have Director Federico, Monteith, and then Gettins. Director Federico, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Sorry, can I get some clarification then how we are in a committee meeting trying to make a decision based off a city councilor's choice when I asked a clarifying question that this would be a rural director decision made at the board table. So I'm kind of struggling with that decision right now and where this conversation is going. And I think that, again, this is up to each electoral area, and we all have differences of opinions on where and how this is going. So I'd appreciate that we have that opportunity as our each own individual areas to look at this a little further in depth. And I'd like for that to be postponed until our next meeting, which was a request on here, so we can have more time to talk about this and more time to look at it and how it impacts each of our own communities.
Unfortunately, we'll have to deal with the standing motion first. Director Monteith, please.
Alrighty, I completely agree with Director Taylor. Thank you, Director Federico. I guess I also want to bring up a point of order that a municipal director made the initial motion. So I don't believe that motion can stand if we are a rule vote.
Committee, all members vote and to make motions.
In committee, all members vote. Then from committee, any action that leaves committee and goes to the board, the vote may become, depending on the nature of the subject under discussion, may be a rural vote. I would also like to provide some clarification of the comment that there's a motion on the floor from the last meeting. So for clarity, from last meeting, there was a motion that the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen not submit a request to the Minister of Housing to opt in to the principal residence requirement under the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act for 2024-2025. That was moved and seconded. Then there was a motion that the consideration of the motion to not submit a request to opt in be postponed to the second meeting in February to enable staff to take the matter to APCs and communicate information to citizens, and that was carried. So I just want to provide that clarification as to what motion may be considered on the table. However, this is not the second meeting in February.
Okay, I'm well confused with that one. So to clarify, do we have a motion on the floor right now in regards to this meeting?
In my opinion, the motion from last meeting is not yet on the floor because it was postponed to the next meeting. And the recommendation in the staff report, I did not hear that it was moved and seconded. I'm not aware of there being a motion on the floor. I might have missed something.
Thank you. We'll go with that. I have Monteith, Gettins, and Coyne Senior. Director Monteith, no? Standing down. Director Gettins, and then Director Holmes has added his hand to the list too. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. If we end up going forward with this at the next meeting, and business licenses are the way it looks like we're going to have to look at business licenses in order to meet what the province wants us to do. And given that we are in budget discussions right now, that timing is good, because I suspect to start a business licensing department within the regional district will take some staff time for sure. And I'm curious, knowing I'm putting you on the spot because you probably didn't come prepared to talk about this, but what does that look like? Is a business licensing department a standalone? Is it part of planning? Like, or maybe there's some municipal leadership that can be shared, knowledge that can be shared. Just what does this look like? Because if we need that business licensing, we're probably not going to get that done by March 31st. And so that's my, I don't know, good luck with that one.
Mr. Garish, do you have a comment there?
Yeah, I can try. I mean, I want to convey that we haven't done very much work on vacation rentals because of other projects, but we have had some preliminary discussions back and forth. Hey, if we have to do licensing, how's this going to work? And, at this point, ideally, what we would put to the board is that even though the province has given us authority to license every commercial use, we would request that we maybe not do that right away and that we focus on vacation rentals and that would allow us to get familiar with the licensing scheme, set it up, and learn how to work with it. And I suspect because planning has been dealing with the temporary use permits, which, one of our questions to the province has been, can we just use our TUPs as a de facto business license? It doesn't seem like we can. I suspect we would have to shepherd that into existence, and then once it's up and running, figure out the best location for it. as a service, but I suspect it would be with planning. And I just want to clarify too, with the business licensing, I mean, business licensing is not a policy bylaw, right? I mean, we can't issue business licensing for something that's not permitted by zoning. And at the moment, vacation rentals are prohibited by zoning, so we can't issue business licensing other than at Apex. So we're still, like, regardless of what happens with business licensing, we're still, from a policy perspective, going to have to wrestle down what it is that the board wants to do with vacation rentals going forward, right? So
just as a follow-up, Chair, it feels like we're all kind of leaning towards the same way, talking about the same thing, but we've got the policy looking down and up, and then we've got the citizen political message looking up and down, and they're the same thing, but almost saying it exactly opposite of one another. So I understand why the struggle is there. And then just really quickly, when we were doing the watershed review out in Meadow Valley, we put a moratorium on, just so staff were very clear that we weren't going to look at any more subdivision applications until this water study was done. Is that something that we could do for comfort of the board to give the staff time and just say, we already prohibit it, we are putting a moratorium on TUPs if it's not your primary residence?
So in the case of Falder, and I think we've used it a couple of other instances in the past, there's a provision in the development procedures bylaw that basically sets out once the board has initiated an amendment to a bylaw, you have the ability to defer applications that might be impacted by that amendment, because it could, multiple things could come into play, like you're being asked to deal with something that the amendment bylaw might not support, or that application might actually impede your ability to implement that amendment bylaw because you're constantly doing readings and changing a bylaw that may no longer exist. But the key consideration is that we have an amendment bylaw that's been initiated by the board, and in the absence of that, we can't stop applications from being considered by you. We're not even prohibiting them. We're just putting them on hold until the other project is done, and then we'll bring them forward for you to look at.
Thank you, sir. Director Coyne Senior, please. Director Coyne? Fair enough. We'll move along. Director Holmes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So just for the record, municipal directors aren't all nasty people out to undermine the rural areas. So my view is that, there's been, I don't think we need a whole lot more public engagement on this. It's been around for a long time, and I think the directors know their communities. I think they know what kind of communities they want them to be, and so I think they know whether they want to opt in or not. And really, so you might have a patchwork where some areas are in, some areas are out, which is fine. I don't really see a big issue with that. I understand the challenge for some of these larger areas where we'd like one of your communities to be in and one out, and I don't know how you're going to deal with that. Keep lobbying the province, I guess. That we got to go to UBCM over things like that. But and whether you want to opt in now to send that message, even if it might take a year or so to ramp up the enforcement and all that, at least it sends the message. But or you want to wait a year, I think it's all good. But I think just each director decide for yourselves whether you want to be in or not.
Thank you, sir. Director Weeb.
So I just want to bring into the conversation, I'm not sure that our regional directors are aware of the UBCM session next week. Okay, just wanted to make sure because it is available and they are going through a lot of that, and we can attend virtually. Oh, there you go. Okay, but I just thought it might be helpful because there's a lot of dialogue and discussion, and looks like a bunch of the agenda is to try to bring some of these questions some clarity. So I just wanted to make sure that we all knew. I just didn't want to assume that you all had that invite, but wanted to let you know that that was available for next week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments or questions at this point? Director Monteith.
Through the chair, thank you, Director Weeb. I did not know about that, so I appreciate you sharing that. So yeah, I'd like that information. If somebody could, yeah, I didn't see it. So I'd love to get that information. The other comment that I just wanted to share, that Director Holmes, you've nailed it exactly. I think that as directors, we know what our communities want. I think that waiting to make a decision that inevitably we're going to make anyways, whether we choose it or the province tells us that we're going to. I mean, they've made every other municipality do it. They're making other regional districts do it. I guess I'm curious, you know, where it's like a straw poll. What are the rural directors thinking? How many people want to opt in? I want to opt in, and I've been saying that all along. So who else wants to opt in? Is there an option for directors that want to do it now to start that process, or what does it look like?
Pardon me. I'll have CEO Citino first, and then Director Gettins.
Just sorry for just changing the subject for a minute. There's a lot of talk about business licenses. The consequence for a budget is we have to buy the software, which the current software can handle it, but we don't have the license, staffing, and then additional bylaw costs. So there's a financial implication to the business license component.
Thank you. Director Gettins, please.
Pardon me. Thanks, Chair. So for Area F, we do want to opt in. We're probably not facing the same pressure, though, as a Caledon or a Nairmat or OK Falls. I know you've got a stronger tourism, you've got a beachfront, and we don't have that in Area F. So we don't feel the pressure, I think, in the same way. Again, if it comes in from March 31st, it doesn't go into effect on November 1st. I don't believe that investors are going to come up to West Bench buying all the houses up there, especially when I'm here saying we want to opt in. But I do want the process and the unknowns uncovered, because that's the problem with the municipalities, that they don't have all the answers yet and they're scrambling. Whereas we can say to our staff, let's make this right the first time. Take your time. Let's figure out the business license. That's a whole department that we don't even have. So let's do that. We can opt in 2025 when we know what we're doing. I'm not worried about the things changing so quickly in Greater Westminster with investors. Investors just won't take that risk. If they do, we can record this. And when they come for their TUP, we can show them this video and I'll say, no, we're not going to do that TUP. But I do feel for staff. I mean, we can't get to this housing seminar. We can't get anything done because there's so much going on. Now we're going to say, start a new department, get this new regulation going, and let's move forward with that. So for clarity, I want to opt in. I just don't see there's a big risk in waiting a year. But I'll go with the board's majority, like whatever. Oh, sorry, because if half of you do opt in, we're making the staff do the work anyway. So there you go.
Thank you. Director Coyne Jr. and then Director Blumfeld.
Thanks. I just want to make a point that, you know, this is in committee, so all the municipal directors are going to get to have a say here. And I don't really think we have a right to have a say here. But if all the rural or municipal directors were to get up and walk out of the room right now, there wouldn't be quorum. So I have an issue with us municipal people having a say right now on a rural issue that really you guys could end up with no say if we all decided to vote one direction. So again, you know, I've said it before to some people, maybe this is where we need an electoral area committee. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Director Blumfeld, please.
Just an FYI for everybody that I'll actually be attending the housing forum and sitting on a panel on short-term rental regulations at the housing forum next week. I'll be there, which means I'll be at the forum in the UBC forum over Valentine's Day, such as my dedication to good governance. And yeah, I'll be representing the city's position. The city council have stated a position. But I'm sure there will be lots of discussion there. And so this discussion is proving to be very useful because I can take some of this discussion, but certainly not motions or any decisions to that forum as a member of the board and a member of this committee.
Thank you, sir. I have Director Conants and then Director Frigo.
Yes, thanks. Through the chair. I think we actually need to sit here and talk as municipal directors and join in the conversation, because in all my research on short-term rentals, one of the biggest reasons why communities don't, that a lot of them wanted to do this type of regulation in the past. They really wanted to clamp down, but they couldn't because they don't have the ability to enforce. And so I will say that I can totally understand why any of the areas directors would want to opt in. I can actually really understand because of the spillover. It's going to be a huge effects that I don't think the province has taken into account. But I will say that when you do opt in, I will want to call for a separate meeting on how we're going to pay for that, because as a municipal director, I cannot have our area, our city pay for bylaw officers and multiple bylaw officers that are going to be needed in specific areas, because we already, as you know, have invested an incredible amount of bylaw officers in our city, and I don't want to take them away from what we were having them focus on. But you are going to have a lot of people calling the regional districts saying, hey, there's 2 cars in front of that house and I don't recognize them, or there's been separate cars, or this and that. And this is going to be a huge department that needs a bylaw department that needs to be filled in order to follow through with this legislation. So it's just a thought. And again, we're going to need to have that separate meeting and separate policy making concerning bylaw if it passes within within the different areas.
Thank you. Director Ferdigo, please.
Thank you through the chair. So we're getting hung up, I think, a little bit on this business license and who's paying for what. If you opt in, we can create a shared service where those who are opting in can pay for it and do what they need to do. As the rest of us wanted, make a decision, then we opt in as we go along. Or you can put it in your rural services department and pay for it there. Like, there are other ways that you can do this, that it won't be a shared service, unless we want to go with upping our economic development budget, because the topic of dark houses and whatnot, a lot of it is because we don't promote our region. We don't advertise out there for people to come live here full year. So that's a separate topic that I'm not going to go into right now, but I think we need to be mindful that we don't do much economically to help encourage people to live here. So that's, again, a whole separate issue. So just on clarification, can we have a special meeting held for just the electoral area directors to talk about that? Is that something that can be arranged?
CEO Zaffino, please.
That can be arranged as long as at the consent of the board.
Thank you, sir. Director Taylor, and we'll come back to Director Ferdigo.
Yeah, we were asked by Director Monteith what our leanings are. I lean in to opting in. I was concerned with the staff recommendation because I'm not prepared to get myself locked out as of today, which I read the staff recommendation. That's what it would have done. As I said, I lean in and I'd like a decision by March as opposed to next year. I don't see that we're going to require a huge bylaw scenario. I respect that obviously we will require some, but our system will remain complaint driven, I'm sure. And I think for the next several years, we're going to continue to have many STRs that don't have a business license and aren't registered on the STR register and continue to operate under the radar. And it'll just take some time to weed that out. This isn't all of a sudden, guillotine type scenario where our tourism just shuts off like a light bulb overnight, as I see it. So I actually, if Director Ferdigo doesn't mind, I'd like to move her recommendation that we have a EA forum on this, or EA discussion on this workshop. And so that's my motion. And I wouldn't want to see, I'd like to use that to identify issues that perhaps staff could dig out the answers to, as opposed to expecting staff to come with all the answers.
Thank you, sir. Through legislative assistant, is that allowable to do as a motion now?
So I understand that the motion is that we hold an electoral area directors workshop on the matter of opting in.
Director Taylor? Confirmed. Is there a seconder?
Mr.
I see.
Garish has something to say.
I see that. Director Taylor, Director Roberts has seconded. Mr. Garish, please.
I just want to offer for the board that you do have the option, and I'm not sure what you're thinking in terms of the workshop, but we did put you in the report the joint special meeting of the APC, which would allow you to come together as a group to possibly discuss this. I just thought I'd put it out there.
Thank you, sir. I also saw that CEO Savino had his hand up.
Just to clarify, as far as the bylaw costs goes, you as the municipal directors or councillors have your own bylaw and you pay your own way. Same thing with the regional district. All of the bylaw expenses go to the regional electoral areas, not you as a municipality.
Thank you. So we have a motion moved and seconded on the floor for a directors meeting. I might remind everyone too that the clock is ticking. We have 3 other issues for discussion. We're open. Director Coyne, Senior, please.
Just voting in favor of it. I was
Thanks
a
for
little
getting out.
quick on the button.
Leave your hand up. Standing discussion, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, do we want to set like a timeline? Do we want to have it before the APC meeting? Like, what are we looking at?
To the mover. I would suggest that we'd want to do it sooner than later. CEO Zafino.
I believe the board should vote on the motion first because you haven't established if it's going to happen or not. And then after that, establish the time and place.
Thank you, sir. We're up for any other discussion on the motion as it stands? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Director Monteith, did you want to add to that motion now?
Through the chair, I just believe that we need to set a day and time that works so that we have something to go on. Otherwise, it's just going to kind of float.
Well, pardon me, CEO Zafino, please.
I'd recommend that we send out a poll and just make sure that the majority can come, and that would set the time and place.
Thank you, sir. Director Gettins.
Thanks, Chair. I would just put a recommendation, since we're so tight on time, that we just do it next meeting at 8 a.m. We've already committed to next Thursday, the 20, whatever it is, we can just come an hour early and have a meeting then.
Let's confuse this even more. Director Pendergraft, please.
I would say, based on today's discussion, we probably need more than an hour. I would suspect we're going to be a half a day. And I will just point out or mention, my preference would be to follow the staff recommendation and wait till next year. There's so many things that we got to work out. Opting in now, for those, you're thinking you're sending a message. But by just stating the fact that you're considering it, you're sending the message. That nobody in their right mind is going to be buying property to do short-term rentals if the following year it could be needing to be a principal residence. That's my point. So.
Thank you, sir. I don't believe we actually have a motion on the floor at this time, so barring that, is there any?
I will withdraw my recommendation of a 1-hour meeting.
Thank you. Pardon me. Seeing no other hands, we'll carry this on at Director Coyne. Director Coyne, Senior, please.
I was just concerned that are we limiting just to talking about be opting in or out at said meeting? Because there's a whole lot of other things that we need to discuss about this, other than just limiting it to only the opt-in or opt-out issue.
I would think that we'd have to discuss the whole shooting match, to be honest with you. Director Taylor.
I've heard some of the other directors say that they keep Thursdays open. I'd like to just suggest that we give consideration to doing this next Thursday.
Can we send it out as a doodle poll and move this along? Thank you. All right. Seeing as how we have a bit of a direction, let's put this one to bed for the moment and move on to item D, land use bylaw amendments. Please, CAO.
Just one consideration, we do have a delegation coming in 5 minutes. Does the board think they have enough time to go? I don't think this can be handled in 5 minutes. So just ask to maybe rethink it about going to the next agenda item.
Next agenda item, or do you want to hold the meeting until later?
Next meeting?
So we can either postpone these items if they're not urgent to next meeting. Can we do anything else?
Probably the only one that I would consider urgent would be the Naramata Water System local service boundaries. Would we want to move that one right now and then postpone the others till next meeting?
Is the board all right with this?
Consensus? Looks positive. All right. CAO Sakina, would you do the honors on that one, please?
Thank you. Is that E?
That's item F.
Sorry. We have Mr. Garish here to do a presentation, and then I will read out the recommended motion. Mr. Garish?
Just get my PowerPoint up. I think we're doing the last one. Okay, I'm probably going to skip through a bunch of slides just because of the time constraints we're under here. So there's been an identified issue with a parcel in Naramata in relation to the water service boundaries. This slide just gives a quick overview of it. As you can see, currently it's an 11-lot strata on North Naramata Road, small holdings 3 zoning, etc. Very recent subdivisions, so it's still being built out. There's some history here with it in the adjoining parcel and boundary adjustments and zone boundaries and then the water service boundaries. And you can see here what it looked like in the 1990s with the parcel behind being the blue shaded one, landlocked. The front parcel had a residential zoning on it, RS1, allowed for 1,000 square meter parcel size. Of course, 1990s, this is pre 1 hectare policy and the requirement for sewer for anything less than a hectare in area. You can see the water service boundary basically follows parcel lines and zone boundaries, so everything's all synced up in the mid-90s. 2016, so we fast forward about 20 years, and there's a boundary adjustment undertaken between the two parcels. And as you can see here, the shading changes a little bit. So basically the parcel to the rear, which was landlocked, was granted access to Naramata Road. That required the transition of land between the two parcels, and the parcel in the middle, you can see it expanded a little bit eastward. So parcel lines were adjusted, and in 2016, April 28th, the board adopted an amendment bylaw to adjust the zone boundaries to reflect the new parcel boundaries. Because of the 1 hectare policy, the applicant was transitioned to a small holding zone to allow for the 1 hectare parcel size. But the water service boundary was never adjusted. Staff entered into a letter of agreement with the property owner to the east indicating that there might have been a desire to adjust those lines or to not have them within the service area, but it wasn't properly executed. Unfortunately, though, the mapping was changed to reflect the intent of that letter. And so, as you can see here, the boundaries for the strata appeared to show that it was entirely within the water service area boundary, and that informed some recommendations that staff put to the board in relation to a service area petition request that came in 2020, which unfortunately was erroneous. So in the interim now, the parcel at 4650 North Narromata Road has been subdivided into an 11-lot strata, and because of what transpired in 2016, whereas we thought it was entirely within the water service boundary, that's not actually the case. And so we have a situation where there's 5 parcels within the strata that are either only partially in, or as you can see in the case of Lot 9 here, entirely out of the service area, which I don't think was the intent when the area was being subdivided. So we've identified this as an issue, and so we're coming before you today because before we do any work on it, we want to make sure that the board is supportive of staff reaching out to the property owners to initiate a petition to bring them into the service area and to adjust the boundary to what we thought it originally was at the time of subdivision. So obviously the concern is that these parcels were subdivided on the assumption that they had service. People will be probably constructing dwellings on them within the foreseeable future and expecting to be able to connect to the water system. The fact that it's a strata complicates that even more because of course we provide one connection to the strata and then the strata disperses within the strata itself. So cleaning up the boundaries, I think, is what we see at a staff level as the preferred option, and that's the recommendation that we've put before you. But obviously the alternative, one of which would be status quo, is to not put them in the service area. And we'd have to address what that means later if that was the board's direction. So that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? And I don't have visuals yet. Okay, there we are. I'm up. Any questions for Mr. Garish? Seeing none, Director Federico, do you need to make a motion here?
Sure, I'll move the staff recommendation, please.
Is there a seconder? Seconder, Director Gettens. All in favor? Or any, pardon me, any other, no discussion, obviously. There any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Very good. Looking for a motion to come out of committee. Moved, seconded, all in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Director Pendergraft.
Okay, thank you, Director Knodel. We'll go to Protective Services next, so I'll turn it over to Director Roberts for that one.
Thank you. I call the meeting of Protective Services Committee to order, and it is 10:18. And then I'd like to pass this over to CAO in regards to our delegation that's coming in from the RCMP.
No, here they come.
Oh yeah, there we go. Can move the agenda. Hello? There's nobody here. All in favor? There we go. Just do it. I got sidetracked by, let's get them in here. They got seats in the back. So again, I'll pass this over to the CAO to introduce us to the delegation from the RCMP.
Thank you. They were very patient out there, and I'm just going to be careful where I drive now and the speed. So as you can see, we do have the delegation for the RCMP. It's for the Protective Services Department. I don't know which order they are going to be speaking in, but they are going to be making a presentation. Oh, there you are. I will forward it to you.
Good morning. I am Superintendent Beth McCandy. I am the officer in charge of the Penticton South Okanagan Similkameen Regional Detachment. It is absolutely my privilege to be able to present here this morning with my amazing team from the region. I'd like to do some introductions. There are a few new faces besides myself, and making sure that you know who our regional commanders are. So first, introducing Staff Sergeant Dan Pollock, who is our new Regional Operations Commander. This is a new position that was created in advance of my arrival, and he will support the area commanders in their detachments and working with yourselves to strive to provide excellence in public safety and address your priorities. Next, we have Sergeant Paul Bentham. He is the acting area commander for the Summerland Detachment on an interim basis. And thank you, Paul, very much for stepping up to support the community of Summerland. I know we have a short window of time, so I wanted to first say thank you to all of our mayors, CAOs, and members of the RDOS. I have it right? Thank you, who took the time to meet with me when I was making the tour of the area. I look forward to growing those relationships with all of you and continuing to lean in and do the work that is the priorities for your community. I had the opportunity to present this week to Mayor and Council here in the municipality of Penticton. And so today I will be speaking strictly about the rural area of Penticton and providing some insight into the information for the quarter and year to date. So I'm happy to report that a lot of efforts to do proactive work in the region, but also in the rural areas of Penticton. So as I quickly examine the rural area of Penticton, we see that year to date, we are down as it relates for total calls for service. And overall, the trend seems to be that we are experiencing minor influx in calls for service and with a focus on providing you information about violent crime and property crime. And so one of the things when we look at this information, and because our rural areas are so small, we often see this big change when we often need to look and see what was the difference in the actual number of calls in relation to that particular crime type. So I just want to draw your attention to those increases where you'll see, break and enters is up 200%, but that was 3 calls in quarter 4 compared to the quarter 4 for the year previous. Obviously, proactive dealing with repeat violent offenders and repeat property offenders remains a priority for us. And quickly looking at the total property crime, we saw a slight increase overall of 9% in our Penticton rural area. I will then move on to Naramata. And looking overall for year to date and this quarter, we are down significantly in violent crime and property crime. What I indicated this week to Mayor and Council for the city of Penticton was we have seen this not only in our municipality, but within the province, a consistent growth in the area of fraud. We will continue to do some messaging out to our communities specific to the types of scams that we are seeing, whether it's phone, online, and then the majority of these calls continue to be, unlawful use of other people's credit cards, and that will definitely drive the crime up in relation to fraud. Moving to Caledon. Again, focusing on our violent crime and property crime, we see a lot of the same reporting from Q4 from last year to this year, and overall, we do note a slight increase in relation to complaints of uttering threats, with a small change of only 4 additional files. And please, as this is my first time presenting, if there are any questions, please don't hesitate if I'm not providing you with the information that you're wanting to have presented. So lastly, just finishing up with Okanagan Falls, we can see Consistent trends, again, in relation to property crime overall, seems to be down year to date. We do note, again, in the which is consistent with the entire region, fraud again consistently going up. This is work that we can do in our communities where we see the large target, or typically the victim group are senior citizens. And when we have a demographic primarily existing of seniors, it is important that we consider what messaging and what presentations we can do to groups within the community to address that, and from an education and community messaging. So I think that is something that we should all consider in our communities, not only from a policing perspective, but from a community communication strategy. And that's all I have this morning for the Penticton and rural areas. Any questions? Or do we save the questions for last?
Thank you, Superintendent McCandy. I really appreciate that. Is there any questions for the superintendent? Director Gettens.
Thanks, Chair. For the Chair, welcome. It's great to meet you. My name is Riley Gettens, so I am over in Greater West Bench and rural Summerland, Red Wing, and also North Beach, just north of Summerland. So it was a bit of a broken up area. So before, I think it might have been before your time, there was a meeting with yourselves, I think that Fire and Modi around an encampment on the north end of Penticton on Highway 97. And I just wanted to know anything that's happening there. I'm hearing from citizens that it's definitely growing and there's still people there. I recognize the complexity because of having to rehouse them somewhere, but with weather warming up on the horizon and potential concerns around fire, we are looking for an update. And just so you know, Ministry of Transportation is coming the next committee meeting. I think I'm going to be asking them the same question because I don't know if that committee meeting has continued or met again.
So I'm going to be perfectly honest. I have no background information on the information you've just provided in your question, and I'll leave it to my colleague from
no
Summerland
worries.
to answer the question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you be able to have that officer take care of that, provide that answer to?
Did you want to wait now, or do you want to wait till he presents? Go ahead.
Director Gettens?
Whatever makes most sense.
It's Sergeant Bentham from Summerland. I can update you that our last task force meeting, Modi elected not to get involved with dismantling the camp. We did plan on some follow-up in the new year, which hasn't happened yet, as there's been some movement with myself moving to Summerland, but I'll be following up with Modi here again now that the weather is warmer, to touch base and see if there's a plan moving forward, as we just want to ensure that that camp doesn't grow and have a plan to manage it going forward.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Director Gettens?
That's fine. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Sorry. Director Taylor.
Just a comment. Had a reach out from Staff Sergeant Vadamanek before this meeting, and as an electoral area, I think I really appreciate the opportunity to talk either with himself or someone from the detachment that's servicing us so that we can establish some kind of a relationship. Appreciate that it's probably like every other government, a revolving, a bit of movement, but I would hope that that continues, and it's not something we had before.
Thank you for that. I absolutely agree. Bob and I spoke, I think, right in the moment of him having a break between the conversations that he was having. I think we should absolutely be doing that and continue to have it probably in advance of these meetings every quarter. So I look forward to those conversations and being a part of them.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. I'd like to thank Superintendent McAndy for the meeting that we had, and for Staff Sergeant Pollock. I'm looking forward to, from discussions with our local detachment officers, and looking forward to moving into the spring with maybe, for instance, some of our communities having like an open house, et cetera. So again, looking forward and excited to where things are at. And I see Director Conans has a question.
Thank you. Sorry for the late hand up there. Through the chair, I have a question just about about the numbers. For example, in Penticton, the top 10 calls doesn't include any traffic incidents, but the number one call in Summerland are traffic incidents. Can you explain why Summerland would be counting their traffic incidents and Penticton isn't?
I would suggest they are counting them, but they're just not the top 10 calls for service. So the traffic is being...
It's unusual that it would be the number one incident in Summerland, but not even make the top 10 in Penticton. Just curious. I guess what I want to know is how much our RCMP not, are they more focused on the traffic incidences in Summerland than in Penticton?
Well, when we have our analyst pull the data, she's specifically looking at numbers in their totality. So you're going to get the list of basically in the order that they come. And it's not about focus or not, it's about the calls that we receive. And so that's what's reflected in the information you see in front of you.
All right, not seeing any other questions, I can pass it off to Superintendent McCandy if there's anything else that you would like to add. Thank you.
No, we just appreciate this opportunity, and we will go over to our next area commander.
Sergeant Bentham here from Summerland. Thanks for having me. Our total calls for service were down quarter to quarter, but for year end we're up just slightly over last year. In relation to violent crime, we're fairly status quo. I just draw your attention to two of the categories. 50% jump in sex offenses looks extreme, but it's gone from 2 to 3, so it's a fairly small jump. And the second being uttering threats. There's a 200% increase in uttering threats from 3 to 9, and that has to do with some similar files, some landlord-tenant disputes that were happening over and over again, and a common complainant from Summerland was responsible for several uttering threats files that were investigated, so it's kind of skewed the numbers a little bit. In relation to property crime, our break-and-enters are down significantly, with the exception of our auto theft went up significantly from 5 to 8. Much of this is we had a repeat offender that was active in Summerland that was actually caught in one of the stolen vehicles, and a subsequent significant fraud investigation led from that. But we're contributing much of that auto theft, we believe, to our repeat offender that was in town, who is now in custody. And our top three again were traffic incidents, alarms, and check well-being. I can speak to a little bit of the traffic incidents in Summerland. Is that we have the 3 interchanges, Prairie Valley, Lakeshore, as well as Trout Creek, and we have multiple speed variances, especially with the slide. And what we're finding is we're getting a lot of traffic accident reports as people come through the slide into the district of Summerland. There's a lot of high emotion coming through that slide, especially when people are stopped. And we're just seeing a significant increase in those traffic incidents, which is somewhat common for that area because we have such speed variances as you come approaching Summerland, into Summerland, and then out of Summerland, if that speak to a little bit of that change.
Thank you, Sergeant Bentham. Is there any questions for Director Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. Just looking at the stats there, the break and enter other, would that primarily be the landfill?
That's correct, yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Sergeant Bentham? Oh, not seeing any. Thank you very much for your report.
Oops, sorry. Neil Potter from Princeton, Area Commander. For Princeton, we have a slight decrease in our number of calls for service. Year to date is a little closer to normals, 6% lower. For assaults, seems like we're up 45%. Again, year to date is actually lower. We're down 3%. I guess we just had a little more this quarter. 62, like 2 more than last year. No, 11 to 16, sorry, 45%. The assaults are not random. People usually know each other, family members or friends, and charges are forwarded whenever we have enough there to do so. And that's about half of our files, really. We had one of our repeat offenders who has a no-go to Princeton generated quite a few files, so that'll probably help us with that. And a few other files which are, they're not insignificant, but, we even have children on there, fighting with mom and over, domestic stuff, I guess, but, yeah, we don't really have charges for that, but those count in our stats. Intimate partner violence is down significantly, 6 to 4. That makes a big percentage. Again, we press charges every time we can for these files. Those where we don't press charges is because, we can't really. We have one mental health in there, and others we don't have any evidence, or people are just not cooperative. Total violent crime year to date is down 5%. Again, this quarter slightly up, but yeah, I guess the assaults brought our numbers up a little bit. Property crime, auto theft, again, percentages seem pretty high, 100% increase. That's 2 to 4. Since we only have 4, I went over all the files. There's only one file really that's kind of a clear-cut auto theft, and the keys were left in the vehicle, and the vehicle was recovered in Penticton, I believe. So probably somebody wanting to get out of town and found a cheap ride, really. And in there, we also have a few take auto without consent, and those count in our stats. And then those are, there's always another story behind that, really. So it's not, I don't consider we really have an auto theft problem in the area. There's no trend for that, definitely not. Another big one is bicycle theft. Probably not the biggest crime on there, but 200% seems pretty big. 1 to 3, that really boosts our percentages up. I did look into it a little bit, and mostly it's just bikes lying around the front yard and people using it to get somewhere, and they dropped a bike. And in all cases, the bikes were recovered, really. So again, no trend there. Break and enters, business seems to be up 50%. Again, up 2 to 3. If there is a trend, it's storage, either storage or sea cans that don't have much surveillance on them, and they get broken into and stuff taken. We only had one break and enter in a garage, a business, and it seems like it could be an ex-employee because there was no forced entry and only the cash box was forced. So this is still under investigation. No major issues there. Residents, break and enter residents. Well, we were at 0, so now at 3. That pushes up. Well, we don't even have a percentage for that, but we have one was reported 3-4 weeks later. A little bit hard to figure out what happened there, but no forced entry. It seems like more of an opportunity, or maybe the person knew. No force. Another one, same kind of story. Multiple tenants in the same building with makeshift separation, made out of wood, and they don't get along too well, so that generates a few calls. The only one we had, which was really, I call it more of a clear-cut break and enter, was an impaired person, like really drunk, who entered a mobile home. People were there, but I think he just, saying he was hiding from somebody else, and then he left. So it wasn't to steal anything, really. He was looking for shelter or was a little bit confused. We had charges on this guy. Other break and enters, where are we at? 100% increase, again, 1 to 2, so that really boosts our numbers up. Seasonal residents, really mobile homes, we have a lot of those, like many other areas, I guess. Mostly no video, no surveillance. We also have a CCAN in there, which the lock was cut off. So those are our stats really for break and enters. The only trend is usually done remote when there's no surveillance, and I guess also opportunity. If stuff is unlocked, well, this leads to, a break and enter. Theft, again, up 5 to 9, 80%. I call them minor. They're nothing's related. We don't have any, prolifics or any group doing all these thefts, and somewhat minor in what they're taking. What else do we have? Fraud. Wrap it up. Yeah, fraud. Our fraud. We don't have any fraud files. We get the odd, people getting frauded over stuff they buy on the internet. We try to educate people as much as we can and follow up. But yeah, total property crime is down from last year. Can I answer any of your questions, really?
Thank you, Sergeant Potter. Is there anyone that has any questions for Sergeant Potter? Not seeing any. I'd just like to thank Sergeant Potter for discussions that we've had and look forward to further discussions in regards to the community of Hedley. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, it's Corporal Chad Parsons, Caramias Area Commander. So overall, I'm really quite satisfied with our stats for the fourth quarter and for really the year overall. What I'm going to do is just quickly go over our numbers, just like everyone else has done here. But so we showed an increase at the year end of 10% in total calls for service, which is we kind of predicted that at the beginning of the year. We saw a lot. I think we've, except for this quarter, this fourth quarter, have showed an increase in each one with the total calls of service. But overall, our numbers are really good. I'm just going to quickly focus on the red areas for the quarter. So sex offenses in quarter 3 is up to 3. 2 of those didn't happen in quarter 4. They were historic files that the victim felt comfortable enough to come forward to the police finally and report what had happened to him for us to investigate. And overall, for the year, we're at 8, and some of those are from the Nathan Chasen horse file, if you're familiar with that. Caramias was the first detachment to get a charge laid on Nathan Chasen horse and really started the whole investigation. So I'm proud of the members for listening to the victims and following through to the end on that. Violent crimes for the year is down 5%. Property crimes, we had our issues this year with property crimes, with break and enters into businesses, residents, and others, and we had a repeat offender that our members in Caramias focus on to get charges. And finally, in quarter 4, there was one B&E, that was the last B&E that person did in our community. We finally were able to bring them before the courts, hold them accountable, and they were held in custody. Eventually released on a monitoring bracelet, but not back to the community of Caramias and into the North District, in fact. So no longer a problem for the regional detachment. Theft from vehicles, that started, we're up 26%, but that started early. We knew about the catalytic thieves that were coming through our neighborhoods and targeting parked vehicles at nighttime. That doesn't seem to be an issue anymore, but it's reflecting in our numbers for the year. One thing that I'm proud of is our fraud numbers are down 37% for the year, and I attribute that to our fraud prevention workshops that we put on in the detachment, inviting elderly people or anyone that wants to come. We've tried to do it at least every couple of months. We have another one coming up. They're well attended to. There's new people at every one. And basically they're told just to give us a call before they send any money that they're not certain if they should be sending this money. Give us a call. The banks are on board. They've stopped frauds from happening at the till, at the counters at the bank. So we've had some good success there, and we'll continue to do that. Total property crime for the year is down 15%. And total criminal codes is also down 22%. So I think overall we had a great year in Karamias, and I'm open to any questions or comments that anyone might have.
Thank you, Corporal Parsons. Are there any questions? No, and again, thank you, Corporal Parsons. Really appreciate that. And I think I'm a senior citizen now. For the couple times I've lost some bucks on the internet, my daughter's told me I got to learn stuff. So thanks. I will be attending.
We have a sign. Good morning. Nerves. I'm not used to not talking, so I don't know what's happening to my voice, so bear with me. Good morning, Sergeant Rigglesworth, Oliver Detachment. I've already spoken with Mayor Johansson and have a meeting set up with the town of Oliver to go over the municipal stats. The one thing I'll comment on this morning is that the violent crime seems to be on a huge rise, showing a 700% increase. I did review and go over each file of assault, assault causing bodily harm, assault with weapons, and also looked at trends over the last 5 years. And what I found was that 2022 was a surprisingly low year, and this number's averaged out. Oh, thank you. I hope it's water. Thank you. Perfect. And unfortunately, the majority of these violent crimes were domestic situations, and there's what the police can do is make people comfortable to call us to help them. And in a lot of cases, we make uses of the resources we have in our community. And in a number of cases I went through, I noticed that my officers involved the Ministry of Children and Families. They involved our victim services people to follow up with them. And as well, we have other services in our community that we utilize, and we put them in touch with to help them through it, because there's training that we don't have, that we try to have, and that we can't follow up on. And I can assure you that even if these things aren't going to court, there is still a need to prevent this from being a continuance where the same families and the same relationships continue to call us. So the officers, if someone isn't charged, we don't leave it at that. We do have follow-up that is necessary to check in with both sides to say, how are things going in your relationship? Where are we at? Paying a visit. And it doesn't end there. There's still a further follow-up a month down the road just to continue to monitor these relationships. So they are taken seriously. I'm just going to switch over the stats for the municipality of Oliver were down from 2022 to 2023. And then with the rural area, once again, it looks very green, but the numbers are smaller. The Oliver municipal and Oliver rural stats look different from everyone else's this quarter because it's just the final stage of getting through the year, because we just started these measurements of separating the two. And by next quarter, we will have a prettier board and a bigger layout. But it is nice to see that our stats in both the municipality and the rural area are down in criminal code and drug offenses from year to year. And I just wanted to touch quickly with our annual performance plan that I speak to Director Knodel and Mayor Johansson about, that we work towards traffic and road safety, and it's a matter of just being out there encouraging the officers to stop cars, and the public likes to see it. A lot of times, if it's not an officer from our community that I have in covering off a shift, I'll ask to say, you have an opportunity to write a warning to someone, but just get people to slow down. And it really works when we have a pattern on certain roads. Tuckonuit Road that runs through the municipality and the rural area is well known for people speeding, and we've really trying to work on the enforcement there. And I've noticed that the emails to the town and the messages from Director Knodel about certain areas have dropped. So it is effective, just people seeing that there are police out there with their lights on. I just got the signal. Questions?
Thank you, Sergeant Wigglesworth. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. I'm Sergeant Jason Beta with the Soyuz RCMP Detachment. I'll be going over the rural stats today. I'll be talking to Mayor and Council about the municipal stats at a later date. So overall, we saw an uptick of crime in the rural area this year. I'm not a percentage guy, especially when it comes to small towns and small rural areas like Soyuz, because 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 increases that percentage huge. It's important in a big city, but I look more at the numbers. So assaults with common with weapon causing bodily harm, those encompass all assaults, and the majority of those that we had were familial. So there a lot of them, some of them were domestic, and some of them were children involved, or adult children involved with their parents. We have one family that has an adult child that lives close to them, and unfortunately there's some mental health and substance abuse issues that are plaguing the family and stuff. So we're working with that family to try and help them. As with the other families that were domestic, whether it's intimate domestic situations where it's intimate violence, partner violence, we're working with them through our victim services to try and get those people the help, or get them to understand where help is available, to either get through that relationship safer, or even in some cases having to leave that relationship, because we have some people leaving and they're not really sure how to do it. So we'll work with them to help them as best we can. When we get down to our property crimes, we see some increases as well. Auto theft for the quarter, it went from 2 to 0. Those auto thefts, those 2 auto thefts were actually take vehicle without consent. So it's not a stranger taking or stealing another person's vehicle. It's someone the registered owner knows. They've lent that vehicle out to them in the past, and then that person either has failed to return it, or they've taken it again on the second time when they weren't authorized to do so. But we still count it in the auto theft stats. Fraud, we had a big jump, and the majority of that was online fraud. We had a few different ones where there were relationships, overseas relationships that people engaged in, and the person that they thought was their new partner was setting up a meeting with, setting up a time to actually meet them in person, and having the victim fly out there or set up flights to come out there. But prior to doing that, they needed some money, from the victim, so they can get their affairs in order. Once money's sent, they ask for more money, and then we've had one person fly out to an area and a person not meet them. We've had another person cancel their trip because they realize that they're involved in a fraud or a victim of a fraud. We've had other frauds that involve online scams where people are told they go on their computer and they get a message saying that their computer has a virus, and in order to fix it, you go buy gift cards and send us the codes. And so we've dealt with that we try and deal with that through education. I've said it here before about making sure that we talk to our elderly family or those that need assistance with their finances about the safeties of being on the internet or taking different phone calls where they're just not, something's just not lining up. In fact, over Christmas time, I was at a local store, and lady in front of me, an elderly lady in front of me, had about 20 different gift cards that she was purchasing, and right away I had to take this lady aside and talk to her about potential fraud, but it happened to be that she was legitimately buying them for her family and her kids. But it's something that I want people to think about. And so, the person behind me actually thanked me for doing that because it wasn't something that they thought about. So through education, we hope to prevent some of these frauds. Again, through education, we've been, one of our priorities was reducing property crime. And so I'm pleased to say that for the year to date, or for the end of the year, our theft from vehicles was almost cut in half. And that's, I think people are getting the message that they need to lock their vehicles and keep the valuables out of sight, because a lot of our thefts are just that. Seeing items of value in a vehicle, opening the door and taking it, whether they smashed the window or they enter an unlocked vehicle. So mischiefs went up this year, and a lot of that were noise complaints. We also had some cultural factors play into that, where we had a lot of fireworks complaints. And when we went to investigate it, it was the person's culture where they were celebrating the birth of a child, and that celebration has to be done on a certain date and things like that. So we're sensitive to those, and in most cases we let them continue if they're doing it in a safe manner, and we just let the people that called us know why it's being done. So I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Sergeant Beta. Any questions? We'll have Director McCordoff.
Thank you very much, and thank you for Sergeant Beta for bringing Superintendent McCandy down to meet us in Osoyoos. We appreciate that very much. I know you've done it to other communities as well. I just want to say how much I appreciate having these quarterly meetings, and not only hearing about Osoyoos and rural Osoyoos, but all of the other communities as well. And I think it's so important to sort of work together, and I totally agree with you, being an educator, that educating the public has to be a #1 priority. And I certainly appreciate Sergeant Beta for coming to Town Council often and filling us in on specifics, particularly the fraud, because that really concerns me. Anyway, thank you very much to both of you and to all of the detachments for presenting this to us often.
Thank you. Next is Director Gettins.
Yeah, just really quickly, and I absolutely echo what you're saying, and I really appreciate that whole gift card thing, because it's so obvious fraud in hindsight, right? But when it's happening to you and it's not that obvious, but those are the kind of conversations that travel really far, like, oh, this RCMP officer, and so I just want to say that I really appreciate that, and I think if we can help share those communications at the regional district, it's a great reminder. I think probably in our family of 4, it happens at least weekly to one of us, where our kids are hanging up on somebody and then calling the bank back type thing. So I think that's great. So I just want to appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. And I should actually touch on the education part again on that fraud. We are seeing also that people are, these people online or on the phones are saying that they're part of the police or they are a police officer to gain a person's trust. So we want people to know that we do not solicit funds from anyone over the phone or online, and that may be common sense to most of us, but unfortunately it's not to everyone.
No.
And that's why I say it's really important for us to look after our own families and our own elders and help teach them as well.
Yeah, so just that's what we've told our kids, is just hang up. If you don't know, hang up and call. And that's happened where they've called and then the bank or whatever was actually them. Excuse me, but nobody cared that they were hung up on, and that's why they hung up on. So I think it's great.
And certainly if someone says they're from a bank or from the police, you can phone the police office direct. And if you're not sure, or if you think you're in trouble, if you don't respond, phone the police, and they'll tell you the truth. So.
Thank you. Director Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. Just on the topic of online crimes. So when would a crime appear into the local stats, and when wouldn't they? And I speak because just this week somebody hacked into my Aeroplan account and stole all my Aeroplan points, completely wiped it out. And so Aeroplan says they'll work on it, to see if I can get those points back or not. But is that a sort of crime that should be reported to the police? And should I be reporting that, or do I leave it to Aeroplan to sort it out?
Well, my opinion is I believe you should report that. It's good to know because if it's happening to you, who else is it happening to in your community? And we've all agreed, I think, with nodding of head or just comments this morning that it can happen to anybody and communication is key. And so if we can get the message out there that this is happening, and it segues into one of the things I wanted to talk about in closing. So before I go into that, I just wanted to say, please do report it. It could be happening to your next door neighbor or someone else in the region, and it's important to get that out there.
Sorry, I'll just add, if they're not reported, a lot of our priorities are driven by the types of crimes in our area. So if something goes unreported, we may not make it a priority. So the more we know, if there could be 10 that aren't reported, and if they're reported to us, then we know that maybe we need more education out there. So,
Thank you, Director Taylor.
Yeah, if we're open to more general questions now.
Yep.
Okay, so I would just ask, in Okanagan Falls, we've getting a bit of a issue growing with the lack of traffic control at two intersections. One is a school crossing, and we'll talk to that in the next section as well, but we're getting crossing guards resigning and just, we can't keep them. And rather than seeing an actual incident there, it would be great if the RCMP could show up and do some speed control work there between 8 and 9 in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You'd have seniors and little toddlers very much appreciative. School principal would really appreciate it. Crossing guard would really appreciate it. We'd all appreciate it.
Just to comment on your request, traffic is something that I've been hearing a little bit about in my first 6 weeks here. And knowing that that is part of the duties of our frontline officers. We don't have a dedicated traffic section in the detachment. Those priorities were put on the front line, but traffic proactive enforcement is a priority for us. It's communicated out and provide that information to us. We shouldn't be just using this opportunity to receive your concerns and feedback, and I encourage everybody to communicate with us consistently, and I appreciate you passing your concerns to my attention, and I know you had that discussion with Bob as well.
A follow-up?
Just as a follow-up, every board's tired of hearing this. We're different in Okanagan Falls. But we don't have a community, and so we don't have a detachment like Oliver, Soyuz, Kermias, right? So probably requires special effort. Thank you.
I was aware of that. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, we're going to get one last questions in there because we're running from time, and I'd like to hear the follow-up from Superintendent McAndy. All right.
Perfect. Thank you, the Chair. Not so much a question, but just a comment on appreciating the communication. I know I sat down with Bob, and I'm not going to attempt to butcher his last name, but I very much appreciated just being able to sit down and go through the numbers early and just kind of that one-on-one time. Yeah, so thank you for the communication.
Thank you. I'd love to hear your follow-up presentation.
First and foremost, thank you for this opportunity, and I reiterate that this doesn't have to be the only time that we're communicating, and encourage everybody from the municipalities and the regional district areas to reach out to us and make sure that we're engaging on those matters that you believe are the highest priorities for your respective communities. And I look forward to the discussions our teams will be having with each and every one of you as we work for this year's annual performance plan and getting the community consultation to really hear what's important to each of you as it relates to public safety in your communities. And I know that that work will be done in the coming months as we recharge for the year ahead, for our year ahead as well. So that work is to be done. And one of the things I'd just like to share the work that I will be leading with our teams as we focus on emergency preparedness for the season that is coming ahead. Many of you heard this as I spoke with you in person. And one of the things I'd like to do is focus our attention on communication and how we share the work that we're doing in your communities. So a focus on creating a more robust communication strategy within the regional area as it relates to social media, as it relates to proactive community engagement work. We do not have a designated communications officer in the region. We have Jason in the room who is very skilled at the work, and I think Don has done it as well. And we have Kelly Brett here at the detachment, and just coming up with an approach to share key messaging on public safety, crime reduction strategies will be a focus for me and our group and our team in the coming months. And so I look forward to sharing the stories that are taking place in your community and working with you as we prepare for the summer season, not only as it relates to emergency preparedness, but also welcoming tourists into each of your communities, making sure that we have a response to traffic and road safety, working with our partners at BC Highway Patrol. So I look forward to the years ahead working with each of you in the room, and thank you very much, and we'll see you all more formally again at our next quarterly presentation.
Thank you, Superintendent McCandy. Really appreciate your presentation and look forward to our ongoing relationship. Thank you. Now it's a great segue into to CAO in regards to emergency management and quarterly report.
Thank you, Chair. So just as if the last Q4, in consideration of the time, staff is here to answer questions. You do have the report, and Mr. Woods is here to answer any questions you may have regarding the Q4 for protective services.
All right. Do I see any hands for questions in regards to the Q4 for protective services? Director Monteith.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. I know that our CAO mentioned that moving forward, the quarterly reports will be going onto the Gantt chart. I guess I'm kind of curious how that would look specifically for this one, because there seem to be a lot of like numbers, statistics versus projects. So when we're moving from this sort of report to a Gantt chart, what does that look like?
CAO, if you could answer that, please.
Thank you. It's going to be a combination of the percentage of the commitments made by the staff. So every project, capital, anything to do with the interdependency for departments will give you a set percentage, what we promised and what we're delivering. And if there's something above that isn't included in that, there'll be a supplemental report.
Thank you. I have a question. Well, it's not a question, it's a little bit of a statement. I did reach out to Mr. Woods, and in regards to this process, so for instance, there was a piece missing in regards to something that has been initiated and will be completed within Q1. And in discussion with Mr. Woods, it was that it hadn't been moved up to the Gantt chart yet from the fire captain at that time. So I'm just wondering, is that something like each individual, like you're saying, departments now, we're making sure that our fire chiefs are going to be adding the information that would deal with quarterly reports on the Gantt chart or whatever as pertains to their fire hall. CAO?
So all the fire chiefs were asked to add any of their projects and initiatives in there. Some of them haven't yet. However, by the second report, which will be the next meeting, we're hoping to have it all in there. They all received a little nudge yesterday to add it, not just the fire chiefs, but all the managers.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, it's just I believe the fire chief was a little confused on what was like something that was initiated at the level here in management versus him as a chief in regards to specifics around the fire hall versus an assessment that is being carried out. But I'll make sure it's clear. Thank you. CAO?
If it was in their capital requests, it's in there already. It's just we wouldn't have a start and ending date, and that's what we're waiting for.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Woods or the CAO in regards to protective services? Not seeing any. And there's nothing else on the agenda. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Second, I see that. All in favor? Good. Any against? All right. Thank you, CAO. Oh, sorry, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Director Roberts. Next one up is the environment and infrastructure. So I will go to Director Taylor for this one. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Call the Meeting of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee to order, 11:10. Can I have a recommendation or a motion to accept the agenda? Moved, seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. First up is a delegate from MOTI, Ministry of Transportation, Infrastructure, specifically transportation. We have Mr. Eric Latchmuth and Bailey Chamberlain, and I should ask our CAO, Zafino, to flesh that out a little further.
Thank you. There's nothing more I can add to that. I don't personally have a report, but you're welcome to come up to the front and give your presentation.
Yeah, surprise.
Hi, everyone. Bailey Chamberlain, Operations Manager with the Ministry of Transportation, if I haven't met any of you yet. We didn't prepare much of a presentation. We did have some questions that came in. So if you'd like, I could just go over a couple updates that we do have that we think you might be interested in.
Hey, Bailey, I'm online here as well. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to take a quick opportunity, and I can lead some of the discussion here too. So just introductions real quick for anybody that doesn't know me. I'm Eric Lockmuth. I'm the district manager for the Okanagan-Shuswap district. And I want to thank Director Taylor for the invite to be there in person today. Apologies, I wasn't able to make the trip in person, but I'm glad that Bailey was able to be there, and she is the local representative. She is the operations manager who has taken over that role from any of those who may have worked with Jeff Wiseman over the years. That's the role that Bailey Chamberlain is in. She supervises all the operations staff and local staff in offices that look after the area that falls under the RDOS. So I just wanted to make sure that those introductions were out there and everybody had a chance to say hello. And with that, I can start off with the updates, and I'll lean on Bailey for any kind of local knowledge as it comes up. So first item that I had was an update for Sage Mesa, and that one is currently at 90% design. We're expecting 100% design by March of 2024 here, probably the end of March. We're still confirming the funding for this project. We usually find out our funding in April, and just as a heads up, we have put this as our top priority on our funding request list, so I'm hopeful that that will be successful, but we'll be able to confirm that in April. Any questions on Sage Mesa before I move to the next item?
If I may.
Go ahead, Director Guttins.
Thank you. That's great timing as well. So I'll let Ms. Bloomfield know that here, because they're also doing their study for the water system there. So that's fantastic. And just for the board's benefit, it's a culvert system in Sage Mesa that's quite surprising. So they're Modi's been taking a look at it. So it's great. Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Carry
next
on, Mr. Lockmuth.
Oops, sorry.
Carry on.
Okay, yeah, next item I had on here was the Gallagher Lake bus stop study. So with Bailey on board, we chatted about this just before heading into the meeting. The plan is that Bailey is going to coordinate a site visit. We're going to bring in our ministry traffic engineer on site, and we'd also like to invite the RDOS to have a representative to attend and just have a look at it, boots on the ground, and see what we can come up with for options for this, because I know that we've tried a couple different attempts in the past that have run up against challenges with constraints for space. So I think having the engineers actually out there on site with us and everybody present will be the best way to move this one forward. So if that works, then Bailey will be reaching out to coordinate that. I would imagine we're going to have it when it makes sense in the spring and the snow is melted. Any questions on that one?
Yeah, question from Director Nodal.
Not so much a question, but I thank you very much for that. It's a highly anticipated bus stop in that area. There's quite a few residents looking forward to that happening one day. I also want to thank you very much for the signage. I've been a broken record over the last 5 or 6 years about signage, and we have quite a bit has gone up in the last little while. It's outstanding. It's doing a great job. So thank you very much for that. There's one question that did come up that I didn't have time to put in writing is, are you, pardon me, upgrading the Park Rail culvert at this point in time? Thank you, sir.
Bailey, maybe I'll let you answer that one. I know that that there's something in the works there.
Yeah, Director Canola, are you speaking specifically to the one on Park Rail Road? Because if
that's correct, yeah, I saw the sides go up
yes.
yesterday on that. So
Yeah.
overdue, I believe.
Yes, for sure. It is in the works to be upgraded. I don't have a timeline on completion, but I know the job is in the works and has just been started.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lockmuth again.
Yeah, I'll jump to the next item that we received there. It was a question regarding the homeless encampment near Highway 97 near the Sage Mesa area. So just a kind of an update overall, higher level regarding homeless encampments. Our ministry is working with housing to come up with a provincial policy regarding homeless encampments. For now, we are just kind of looking at areas where there are imminent safety risks that we're looking to do intervention on. But otherwise, we're waiting until the homeless encampment policy is completed. I've seen a draft, so I know it's in the works. And once we have that direction, we'll look at following the policy for any sites that come up. Our review of that particular site didn't identify an imminent safety risk for either the users there or highway users at this time. So that's why we're waiting for that policy to come through before we follow up on that. So that's all I have for that one for now, unless there's any questions.
I'm not seeing any questions. Carry on to the next issue.
Next up, we've got Naramata, a speed review, just to identify that we've got a speed review that's to be completed on Robinson Avenue near Naramata Elementary. We don't have a date specifically set because we need to coordinate that with our traffic engineering resources and the counters and all the information gathering that needs to be involved in the speed review. But tentatively, we're kind of looking at late spring, early summer when we'll probably more likely see the kind of speeds that we want to capture on those sites. So any questions on that one?
Director Federico.
Thank you, through the chair. That's wonderful to hear, Eric. Thank you. But just do note that we see traffic there all year. Not saying that spring and early summers is definitely when there's more people in the community, but there are people who speed through there all year round.
Yeah, thank you for that. We've found most, when we want to try to capture, the worst case scenario, we usually want the additional traffic volumes there, but there can be times where sometimes the speeds might be higher during certain times of the season. So if you do have a situation with your local knowledge that would indicate that there would be a preferred time to get them in there for the speed review, please feel free to pass that along. We can't do multiple reviews, so we just, we rely on kind of local knowledge to try to make sure we get it, for the best window to capture it.
Okay, Eric, I'm not seeing any other questions. If you'd like to move on to the next issue or question.
You bet. So another speed review, this one in the Summerland area. So this is Highway 97 between Sunoka Beach and Bentley Road. So this one is scheduled essentially once we've got 4 lanes back open. We're going to talk more about the North Beach slide, but it is, of course, dependent on that because it's having major impacts on traffic in the area, and it wouldn't make sense to do capturing speed data right now. It wouldn't give us good data. So we'll talk a little bit more about the North Beach slide, but we are intending to do that later this year when the site is no longer heavily impacting the traffic through there.
Director Holmes, question.
Yeah, thank you. So it certainly makes sense that we hold off on the Bentley Road one until the slide is cleared up, but is the Sunoka one area still proceeding?
We're hoping to tie them in together as long as it makes sense that we can get them both done at the same time this year. So that's why we're waiting until we do them both, because we think it'll be kind of the same setup period for the equipment and the engineers.
Okay, carry on, Eric.
You bet. So another item that we have here is the Karamias bypass, Highway 3 and 3A. So we have moved this forward to our pre-project development group. So what they're going to do is do some analysis to give us some options here, because it's not entirely obvious what the solution is there, and we want to make sure that they take some consideration of the best option. And then what we'll do is come back with those options once we have them and have some further discussion on where to go forward by, through some consultation with you. So we don't have a confirmation on timeline from them yet. We're trying to press them to get their schedule. So I'm hoping that we should have something kind of in the next couple of months, at least for the schedule there. And we want to follow up and just kind of share that once we have it.
Thank you. And Director Roberts.
Thank you, Director Taylor, Chair Taylor. Thank you, Mr. Lackmuth, for that information, and I really appreciate it. I had a good conversation with Ms. Chamberlain. I would assume that this also ties in questions in regards to speed at the approaches and things like that. But again, I really appreciate it. I didn't put it up forward as a question because I had quite a in-depth discussion prior, and again, appreciate you looking at it. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. And speed could certainly be a factor in what the solution is there. So it'll be taken into consideration. You bet.
Keep going.
You bet. I have OK Falls intersection and just kind of traffic through there. So we have a traffic light warrant study that's going to go for Highway 97 and 10th. So our traffic engineering resources need to complete that. Once again, we're working with them to get the timeline for when it's going to be completed. Data will likely need to be gathered. There was some information that was gathered there in August of 2023. So there'll need to be some analysis and come up with the information. So for that, we're anticipating this could be kind of a 1 to 2 year process, because there's quite a bit of moving parts in here and the different intersections that will be impacted throughout this. But we think it's worth taking like a more holistic look at the bigger picture for traffic that's going through there to come up with the best solutions for movements. Yeah, we'll essentially update with the timelines as we go through this process and make sure that you're looped in.
So we do actually have a rep from the Okanagan Falls Elementary School Parent Advisory Committee here, Jeremy Frausel, observer. I know they are hopeful for some form of pedestrian controlled light at that particular corner. And I know that the community as a whole is interested in the broader issue of a traffic flow intersection study, and I'm not sure if that's sort of a more global perspective or bigger perspective of what you're speaking to, or how do those two pieces relate? The specific intersection and the broader study of flows and intersections throughout the community.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like a first phase approach to the larger look at that, getting the information about this intersection and the light warrant here, and then looking at the other pieces involved will lead to likely some further work that is going to look at that, traffic movements throughout that whole area, because they are so interconnected. And certainly pedestrian movements are included in our study here as well.
Okay, thanks. I'll just add one other comment. I know we've got just a little bit of friction evolving between the crossing guard and the measures they're taking and some of the businesses that are right at that corner. And, the crossing guard puts up pylons and signage, et cetera, trying to do the best job she can, but the business owners don't always quite see the same need for that. So it's an issue.
Gotcha. Yeah, if there's any more specifics, maybe I would recommend reaching out to Bailey if there's any concerns about what the crossing guards need to do in order to safely carry out what they are working on and do it in a way that has the least impact to the businesses. So we can certainly help out to make sure that that it's approved and there's a little bit of thought from our end put into helping that situation out.
Okay, that would be great. I'll help you make those connections. And I have a question from Director Miller.
Thank you, Chair, and the question's to you, Chair. I presume that the majority of problems with motorists are probably people not directly from the Okanagan Falls area who are just passing through and maybe unaware that there's a school there, and would that be correct?
It's probably true, Director Miller. I don't think there's any signage that indicates it's a school crossing. I'm not 100% certain of that. I'm pretty certain of it. I think you're right. Thank you.
Yeah, because I would hope that the safety of children going to and from school would be a top priority of the ministry.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll flag that for the light warrant review there to ensure that there's consideration of the high school use through that area. That's primary access for a lot of that. So I believe they're already aware from their previous traffic gathering, but we'll make sure that is included in the solutions.
Okay, thanks very much. And moving on, next issue.
Yeah, so next one I've got is North Beach Slide. So just a quick update, not much to share, but it did come up as a topic there. Our unloading is ongoing, the unloading of all the material that needs to come out of there. As anybody, I believe there was a recent kind of tour there and quite extensive work that's happening up on that site there. So we are waiting for confirmation on the final stabilization design. I can't give you a timeline right now of when we're going to be back to 4 lanes, but we're still in the period of months, not weeks at this point for getting back there.
Question from Director Holmes.
Not really a question, but a comment. But first of all, thank you to Bailey for reaching out to me. And so we arranged with Director Gettins and some staff from the District of Summerland to go up there. That was about 2 weeks ago. We had an amazing tour of the site. It's absolutely incredible the amount of rock that's being moved out of there. And they showed us how much more needs to be moved. And it's like, you can't even imagine. It's just how much is going on there. And it was explained to us what, that by showing, this portion, this is where the crevice is, this is the portion that's coming down, this is the portion that we're going to try and stabilize. And the technology they have there, the amount of hours, night and day that they're working, it's absolutely an enormous, huge project. And the RCMP were speaking earlier about the traffic going through there. You could really, once you're up there and you're looking down at the highway, the cars are just flying through there. You could tell what a risk it is. So I can see why the RCMP have their hands full coming through that thing. But and I just really appreciate the open communications from the ministry and the regular updates. Max, the project manager, I guess, sends out these Wednesday updates. So if anybody's really interested, I encourage you to get on that mailing because they're really good. So this is it's a huge major work, and it's important to all of us in the valley. So it's mind-boggling the amount of work that's going on there. So just thank you to Bailey and the staff. Thank you.
Yeah, I see heads nodding all around the board table on that. Thank you. Yeah. Director Gettins.
Yeah, I won't take long. I just want to echo everything that Director Holmes said, and just also how many people are actually working up there that you can't see as you're driving by, and the machinery that's up there. Like, it was pretty. Like, I learned a lot. So thank you again. Really appreciate it for sure.
Okay, Mr. Lockmuth, would you like to continue?
I see another
pardon. Sorry, I've got one more hand up here, Director Conans.
Thank you, and I really appreciate, through the chair, the comments that have been made about that project. But I do want to reiterate that that is having a massive effect on our economy in this region. The amount of people that are waiting in line there constantly, every day. And I had been told, Mr. Locksmith, I had been told that, you know, by different people that they had looked at the times ahead of time for the planned closures, because there are a couple times a week or a few times a week, random days, different every week. But those people who do know well enough to look have said, different people have told me that they're complaining because they say it's actually much longer than the schedule says. And so my husband had an appointment in Kelowna yesterday. I know well enough, most people don't, to look online and to check to see when to be there and when not to be there. Well, we did go, it was a planned closure 11 to 12:30. We got to Peachland at 12:30 and we waited until 1:30, and the lineup was massive before we got moving. So you can understand what this is doing to our region right now, and economically, on top of everything else that has happened. And I understand it's a huge project. It's a huge project. But I guess what I'm asking you is a couple of questions. One is these planned closures. They need to be, first of all, the signage, I think, there needs to be more signage on the highway ahead of time if you're coming from Kelowna, to let people know, besides one sign that says, almost when you're on top of it, says there's a closure today or whenever it is. And so it needs to be, I think, closer to Kelowna, the signage, and closer to, further in this, deep into the South Okanagan, lets people know. But the planned closures need to be accurate, or else people are just not going to want to come down here at all. And that includes concerts and events and that type of thing. So I think that that's one thing about the planned closures, and I'd like your response to that. But the second thing is that what can we do? Because I know what happened with the Coquihalla during the atmospheric river, where, my God, it was amazing how that was fixed so quickly. Not fixed, but traffic was able to go through so much quicker, and because it's important, obviously, between the interior and the lower mainland. But how can we as a board make that even a bigger priority for the province, that this can't go on like this much longer? I mean, a few weeks ago, I think there was something in the paper, we were only 11% along in the project. So again, I understand what a big project is, but what can we do to make this more livable and not harm our communities any more than it is?
Okay, Mr. Lockmuth, 2 points there. Can we get better signage, and what can we do to expedite the process?
And how can we make it so that the planned closures are accurate, the timing?
Carry on, Mr. Lockmuth.
Okay. Yeah, so just to give an idea, there is 48 hours advance notice for those closures, which includes on the signage. If the signage zones are not far enough back, I can take that feedback back to the project group and give it to them for consideration for moving the signs or adding additional signs, whatever is the best approach there. I know they do quite a bit of work to analyze those closures. For the most part, they are quite accurate given the kind of work that's happening there. But I do know that yesterday's closure was longer than normal. And that was because there was a helicopter involved in hanging some mesh for the rock work that was kind of a different approach that they were taking for that. And it did not go as planned. And there were more delays on that. And there will be follow-up discussions to ensure that those delays don't happen with that kind of work again, because we understand the importance of ensuring that we have accurate closure times and that it's put out there well ahead of time, as far in advance as we can. As far as the overall expedience of the project, there's no additional resources that could fit out there to not be on top of each other and slowing things down. We are absolutely putting every effort to make sure that this gets done. But we can't just do a quick Band-Aid fix and go away from it. We don't want to be back here in this situation again. We understand that we've put all these closures and all the timing and everything in place. And if we had to go back there and reestablish all these, it would be, in our thoughts, far more disruptive than if we get this thing finished. I don't know about that article about the 11%. That's not my understanding of the project's completion. Max would be, in those updates that are provided by him, a better sense of progress and how things are going. But I'm not sure where the 11% came from, to be honest.
All right. Go to Director Holmes.
Well, I certainly don't want to speak for Modi, but my understanding when, on the site visit is if you want to expedite the process, then you're going to increase the inconvenience. And if you want to make it more convenient, you're going to draw, the process is going to be drawn out much longer than it is right now. So it's about trying to find that balance where you provide that convenience and get the job done. So I think that's kind of what they're facing.
So for the benefit of the rest of us, what is the estimated time of date of completion, month of completion?
So as I mentioned, I don't have that information to share at this point. I think once they have that completed stabilization, the final stabilization design, we'll have a better sense of the completion. At this point, it's months, not weeks, is all I can share, though.
We're all seeing spring coming at us and tourists and yeah. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate difficult issue. We've all got strong concerns on it. So thanks very much for listening and doing your best to answer. Do you want to move on to the next issue?
Yeah, I have one final.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Lockmuth. I've got one more question on this. Director McCordoff.
Thank you very much. I think that one of the things that might help is that there was a letter written quite recently by the mayors in the Okanagan to suggest that because of these issues, ongoing issues of not getting through the Okanagan, we need to really look at an alternate route so that when things like this happen, we at least have another option. And certainly in the wintertime, it doesn't, it's much more difficult. But I know that that's a ministry issue, and I know that that Director Holmes was the spearhead on doing a letter like that, and many of us, mayors in the Okanagan, signed that. And I just want to make sure that that is still brought up and it's still something that we need to continue to look at. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lockmuth, can you speak to the issue of an alternate route?
Just very high level. I know that it is on their radar and they're aware of the concerns and the desire for the alternate route. And it is a major construction that would be involved in that, and quite a bit of funding and all that other stuff that goes along with it in order to get to that point. So I don't have any details at a local level that I can share about that, but I am aware that they are having high level discussions and looking at that. So I do appreciate the letter that went up, and obviously us at a local level, we want to see a lot of the same things that you do as members of the community.
Okay, well, I would hope that you'd take it back that the question was asked. Thanks. Another follow-up from Director Conans.
Yeah, I just want the directors to know that Penticton is coming forward with a to SILGA with that exact ask, and it will be going hopefully to UBCM also. So we'll hopefully have everyone around this table support on that one.
Thank you. One further follow-up from Director Roberts.
Just a quick one, thank you through the chair, just to say that we'd like to encourage and know that Highway 3 is open for business for people to drive to the South Okanagan. And we just love to see you come through and spend money in our local communities.
And that's an even longer alternate. Okay, Mr. Lockmuth, would you like to carry on to the next issue?
Yeah, I have one final item, just to update on some upcoming resurfacing projects that are coming up for the year here. So we do have resurfacing on Highway 3, Riverside RV Park to Karamias, 5th Street. That's been awarded. There's approximately 16 kilometers of paving, a couple multi-lane sections in there that are planned. So just high-level info on that for awareness. Resurfacing Highway 97 Vassal Lake to White Lake Road. This project isn't quite finalized yet, but we're hoping to get it out shortly. And there's some intention to have about 14 kilometers of paving in multi-lane sections there as well. And with it, we also have some resurfacing of side roads that are planned. And once again, not finalized until that is completed, tendered, and we have a successful bid. But it is the intention to have about 14 kilometers of side road paving in the OK Falls and Cleveland area included in that. So just high level awareness at this point. Once projects get finalized and pre-construction meetings are had with successful bidders, assuming it gets to that point, then further details will be available. So hopefully that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? I have Director Bush.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Eric for getting a lot of the elm trees mowed down on our highways. That was really appreciated. But in Costin, we're not getting a lot of our roads, side roads mowed. And I'm just wondering, is there anybody on staff that's supposed to go around and check to make sure this is done? Or would it help if I went around and took pictures of all the roads that need mowed? Would that help or what? It's getting better each year, but it's still not good enough.
Yeah, if we've got some roads that are being missed, even if you have a list of those roads, we can certainly follow up on it. Bailey oversees the staff that do the monitoring and auditing of the maintenance contractor in the area, and that would include ensuring that they're mowing all the roads that require mowing through there. So she can share a bit of the details on what the mowing specifications are and whatnot. But if you've got some roads that you're wondering either why it isn't getting mowed or is it just getting missed, we can certainly follow up with you on that.
Next, I have a question from Director Fedrigo.
Thank you through the chair. And Eric, my apologies that I didn't get this question in earlier, but we have a nonprofit that's working on the restoration down in Indian Rock. And so they've just asked me to follow up on where the ministry is with replacement of the bridge.
So we don't currently have a bridge replacement project on there. We are working with the nonprofit organization to look at options to see what is most suitable. It's as you can imagine, bridge replacement is pretty significant investment. There's, I believe, about 9 residents that are beyond that location. So it's a challenge for prioritizing and funding with all of our other bridge projects that need to go. So at this point, I can't commit to a bridge replacement at that location, but we are working with the group to look at options and to see where we can kind of coordinate with them on efforts to ensure that the bridge is reliable for them to access through. And just to be clear, the bridge wasn't significantly damaged in the 2017 or 18 events and hasn't been a concern in that respect. And there were points where water was overtopping briefly, but the structure itself wasn't damaged.
Okay, I believe I have a question from Director Knodel.
Yes, thank you. I haven't had Jeff Wiseman to entertain lately. So Bailey, would you be good enough to leave a business cards for staff to put in my mailbox, and then I have contact for you. Thank you.
Yes, for sure. I was planning on doing that. I've got a stack of them here for you guys.
Okay, do we have any other questions before I wrap up here? Director Gettens.
Yeah, just a quick comment and welcome to Bailey. I spoke quite often when you're working with AIM, and I'm really pleased to know that you're in the ministry right now. I think your approach has been so proactive and great with citizens. And I know whenever citizens stuff talk to you, I always hear positive things. So thanks so much. And I'm really looking forward to working with you further.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to echo that. We've had a very positive experience in our community, and lots of work to do yet, but yeah, really appreciate the open door and willingness to come out and take a look at things. Thank you very much. Thank you as well, Mr. Lockmuth. You've got the bigger project, and I'm sure we'll be saying thanks when that's done. Any other questions or comments for Modi before we let them go? No? Seeing none, thank you both very much for coming, and thank you as well to our observer for coming to help make the point for his community.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on. CAO, we have some quarterly reports from, I think, solid waste and engineering, solid waste and sewer and water. Close. All right, I'm flying blind at the moment. I got to get my computer open.
So you're correct. The next two on the agenda are quarterly reports. Here, this one's for the utilities, and again, because of considering time, we don't have a presentation, but staff's here to answer any of your questions or concerns.
Question from
Yeah,
Director.
I don't really have a question, but I was pleased to hear, I sent you an email about Eric's design plans at 90%, and they're putting the Sage Mesa culvert as their top priority for their work. So I'm excited about that. I hope you're excited about that.
CEO Zafino?
There's no presentation, this is just if there's any questions. Otherwise, the next one would be for solid waste. And again, it's the same thing.
Thanks. As you know, Lisa, we've talked about this a little bit, but just for citizens who are watching, when do you anticipate the Falder Water review study to be complete, and how are things looking for the Sage Mesa review?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We anticipate the review to be completed in the next few months. We're just doing kind of final revisions on the last draft report. So we anticipate having some information out to the residents, probably by newsletter. My guess is in April is where we're targeting. That's for Falder, yes. And Sage Mesa, we're working through the last few items. Right now, we're discussing things with staff at City of Penticton for the option to connect up to the city. And I believe we'll be chatting about that in the weeks to come. And yeah, we'll probably, I don't have a set date yet about when we'll be coming, but likely it'll be early April.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, I have a question. If you could provide a brief update on the two utilities, Skaha East, Heritage Hills, Vintage Views, etc.
Sure. The Lakeshore Waterworks and the Vintage Views sewer. We're working through the last bit of the details. There was a few things that we received very late in our process that we wanted to go back and do some further analysis. So we're working on that right now. We anticipate that we'll be able to complete it within the next couple of weeks, and we'll be able to bring something forward in March to the board for information.
Okay, much anticipated. Any other questions of Ms. Bloomfield? Seeing none, I'd like to thank you very much. Mr. Safino?
And continuing on in the Q4 report, this is for solid waste. The staff's here to answer any questions. No presentation today, just consideration of time again.
Do we have any questions regarding the Q4 report for solid waste? Okay, Mr. Reader, I guess I'd just throw it over to you. Are you looking for any specific direction from us?
No.
I think that does that then. Right. Mr. Zaffino, I think we're done with that
Yeah,
when we're ready to
correct.
go into our closed session?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just read this piece. I think we're going to move into closed session now. So that in accordance with section 91K of the community charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a regional service that are at their preliminary stages and that, in the view of the council, could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the regional district if they were held in public. So just for my own benefit, do I need to get a motion for that? Okay, so I'll take a motion to go in camera. Made, seconded. All those in favor? Is carried. So
Okay, if we can start making our way back to our seats. I'm getting the thumbs up from Adam. We're ready to start.
Because most people aren't doing plots anymore.
No, there's lots that aren't.
Like, it's not huge.
We're close. Okay, we've got a quorum, I believe, so I'm going to turn it over to Director Monteith to chair the Community Services Committee. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd like to call a meeting of Community Services to order, please. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt the agenda. First, second, all in favor? Thank you. Item B, moving on to Q4 activity report, CAO.
Thank you. As discussed with the other Q4, this to speed up the time. Staff's here to answer questions. However, there's no presentation. I guess I'm the staff. It's not you. It's for the finance, HR, and legislative services.
No,
Oh,
it's Community Services.
sorry.
Correct, Mr. Woods.
Mr. Woods, yes.
Sorry, Chair, did you want to move on to the second item, or do you want to?
Well, we're still on the first one. Any
Yeah.
questions for Mr. Woods? First, last chance. Thank you. It was a great report.
Super.
Well done. Well
Awesome.
done, staff.
There you go.
Okay, so we'll move on to item C. So I believe I need to read out the recommendation that in accordance with section 92B of the community charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of consideration of information received, held in confidence relating to negotiations between the regional district and the provincial government or a federal government body or both, between the provincial government and or a federal government body or party or both, third party, and a third party, sorry. So, yeah, I guess there's no motion for that, correct? Is there a motion? Okay, so looking for a motion to go in camera. First, second, thank you.
Motion carries. First item up is the Q4 activity report, CAO.
And continuing with the same examples with the Q4 to speed things up, there are staff here to answer your questions. However, there's no presentation.
Okay. Any questions on the Q4 report? Not seeing any hands, so next on the agenda is item C, which is the Silga Association call for resolutions. CAO.
So I'll just forward this to Jillian, Legislative Services, to speak to.
Okay, go ahead, Jillian.
So I just wanted to bring to the committee's attention that SILGA is coming up at the end of April, beginning of May. And SILGA resolutions have to be received, approved by the board and received by SILGA by February 29th, which means they must be approved at our February 22nd board. So this is a request for you to forward any SILGA resolutions that you would like to us as soon as possible. If we receive them by Monday, we can get them printed into the next agenda package for the 22nd. However, any can be considered at the February 22nd meeting. If they are not approved by the board, they go into a different stream for SILGA's consideration, as in most likely not considered. So this is an encouragement to formulate your SILGA resolutions. We've included the UBCM meeting request policy, which has attached to it a form to help you formulate what your request is. Just that because we need an issue, we need some background and what is your request. And if you can provide that to, at the CAO's request, if you could forward that to me and Christy as soon as possible for consideration at the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. So the deadline, as you heard, is Monday, preferably before noon. So they have a chance.
That's to be included in the agenda package, which will allow every member to consider it.
Okay. Moving on to item D, which is the RDOS fees and charges, CAO.
So staff is recommending a update on the fees and charges through bylaw 3050. And the recommended motion is that bylaw number 3050, 2024 bylaw for the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen to set fees and charges to be read a first time. Staff's here to answer questions as you may have them.
And that's be read first time at the next board meeting.
At the next board meeting.
So this would come back to a board meeting. So this is just
correct.
Getting an initial, are we comfortable with these
just
minor changes?
A direction.
Yeah. Someone prepared to move the motion? A whole lot of looking. Okay, there's a mover. Is there a seconder for it? Seconded it, perfect. Okay, is there any discussion? I think everybody's had a good chance to look at it. A lot of these changes will only affect certain places. There isn't a whole lot of changes to begin with other than what was listed in the reports.
Correct.
Director Gettins?
Thanks. Hi, can I just get a confirmation with West Bench, the metered rate, and that's reflecting the city of Penticton increase?
Lisa, go ahead.
Yes, the percentage that we're increasing that is the same as the city of Penticton's increase.
Okay. Just a reminder, this does have to come back to the board during a regular board meeting for approval, but Director Bush, you had a question on it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the fees for the mattresses. I don't understand why they can't be included in the large pickup. Because they're not, we're getting mattresses spread all over the country, in my area anyways, but, so I'm just wondering what's the rationality that they're not included in the large pickup?
We've just asked Andrew, to come in. I'm guessing that they don't fit in the new bins, but Andrew can give you a better explanation.
Okay. We'll hold that one for the moment. Any other questions?
So
You had a question, Director Monteith?
I thought there was something about the recycling process of the mattresses being separated.
I'm not 100% certain, but when.
Think about that.
Director Holmes?
Yeah, I remember we had the same question asked at a Summerland Council because our mattress fees went up too, and it was because they recycle the mattresses and the process, they have to take it all apart and recycle different parts and all that.
We'll let Andrew answer that question. You were filled in on the question, so go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so the question is, why are the mattress fees are so high or increased? Is that?
And why are they not picked up on the big?
We could look to see if it could be added for the large item pickup. I think the main thing was just the room inside the actual bins. As we hire they hire moving companies, actually, the waste companies hire moving companies to actually do the collection on their behalf as a sub. So we could check to see if that's possible. I know that, I think, my understanding is it's just a room having the space available. In terms of costs, what we're seeing are costs that are increasing, and this is in discussions with PACE, or they're the group that actually disassembles our mattresses. And so when we actually were interviewing with them, we'll be going out to RFP again to see what the pricing is, but that seems to be what the market is becoming. And we've had some discussions and looked at pricing in Chilliwack and some other places, but that seems to be about what the market price is right now for managing mattresses. And what they have to do with the mattresses, just so folks understand, they actually have to disassemble them. So they actually pull off the fabric, then they take off the springs, and then they throw out the mattress portion of the cloth portion of the mattress, but then the springs and the wood is actually recycled.
Okay, so it's a bit of a process. Okay. Any other questions? Director Fedrigo?
Thank you through the chair. Just a question on the water rates for Naramata. Is a portion of that being put into our reserves, and sort of, I guess, how much of the fees are?
Go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there is a portion that does go into reserves. We have the operating reserve, the emergency reserve, and the capital reserve for Naramata.
Okay. Director Knodel?
Yeah, I've got some questions about both Gallagher Lake and Willowbrook. There's been no capital work done on Willowbrook that hasn't been grant money at this point. And Gallagher Lake is quite simply just a pipe in the ground. The service is purchased from the OIB, so the increase seems excessive. I had hoped to have a chat with Mr. Safino about this before I started throwing marbles around, but we're here, and hopefully I still will get a chance to talk to him about it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure I heard a specific question in there.
Basically, why it's way too high, both of them, for what I'm seeing at this point. But
is there a response to that, Lisa?
The Gallagher Lake ones have increased because there's actually a significant amount of staff time going into discussions right now with OIB regarding the utility. Okay. So a lot of it is extra staff time.
All right. And I had a hand here, Director Roberts.
Thank you through the chair. I've spoke prior to Mrs. Bloomfield and to Mr. Reeder. I've always had kind of a concern in wrapping my brain around a recreational vehicle park when it talks about per unit, when like an RV, in my mind, what an RV is compared to like the size of a 40-foot mobile home, motor home, is not going to be using the same as like a modular home, or and it seems to be more closely in tune in regards to the amount of water it would use, maybe a secondary suite. I don't know, I've always had a challenge with it being, you know, if I've got my C-class motorhome parked at a place and hooked up with a hose and into their gray water pipe, that I'm paying the same as a house. It's just always been a challenge for me to wrap my brain around. So I was wondering if there's been any discussions in regards to the fee overall in regards to that kind, especially as we're moving forward, looking at housing issues. We're going to see a lot more of these RV type setups, you know, as I have in some parks. So that's a question. Thanks.
Can you answer that one?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, one of the things that we are working on this year, we haven't started it, but it is on our business plan, is to do a rate review for the categories that we're charging in. We want to be consistent among all of our water systems, and that is one of the items that we will definitely be addressing on that.
Okay. Director Taylor.
So I'm just wondering, in respect of CECs and DCCs, is that the same thing, that will be done at a later date? I see the names of them have changed, but the amounts haven't. So that's at a later date.
Yes, the DCC and CEC numbers, those have to be changed by bylaw. And yeah, the names themselves, the CEC is what we inherited from the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District, and we just haven't converted it to the DCC, which is what we would normally, we would have.
Okay, Director, CAO Zafino.
You get promoted all the time. So just one thing, in the board meeting, there is a recommendation from staff that we put $125,000 of grant money that we received to go towards the DCCs. So at that point, that's when the recommendation will be made.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, we'll call the question on this one. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Bush is opposed. Motion carries. Down to the closed section. That in accordance with section 91A and 91I of the Community Charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the regional district or another position appointed by the regional district, and the receipt of advice that is subject to a solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. So looking for a motion to go in camera, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So, are we good? Okay, a motion to adjourn? Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That takes us straight to the Regional Hospital District. So Director Johansson, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chair Pendergraft. I'll call this meeting of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to order at 3:33 p.m. Look for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Move second, all in favor. Motion is carried, and we got some minutes to adopt. That the January 18th, 2024 minutes of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District Board be adopted. Move second. Any further discussion on those minutes? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. We're here to try and get first and second reading on our 2024-2028 five-year financial plan. There's a number of options that John's going to go over, but just before I pass this over to the CAO, I just wanted to reference a paragraph in the Memorandum of Understanding that we signed last November, and I think it'll provide some clarity for everyone here on the board to help them make a decision on and which options to consider. So the clause says the regional hospital districts may, as per the Hospital District Act, provide to IH aid for the establishment, acquisition, reconstruction, enlargement, operation, and maintenance of hospitals and hospital facilities, and to determine the portion of funding they wish to allocate to the capital projects identified in the annual capital plan. I just wanted everybody to be aware of that clause, because as a board, we do have discretion. Even though Interior Health is coming and asking for 40%, there is no requirement in legislation that we give 40%. It is totally up to the board and at its discretion when they're making the decisions in their best financial well-being. With that, I'll pass it over to our CAO, and then John can lead us through a bit of a presentation.
Thank you, Chair. So this hospital budget is a little different than previous ones in that there are some options. Up until now, that 40% was strictly 40%. For this year, there was yet another material increase. So it forced the staff and the hospital board to look at options. And this is what you're going to be presented at. I want to introduce you to John Cote. He's the accountant for both the regional district and the hospital board. Thank you, John, for coming in and having the presentation. And I'd like to defer this to John now.
Can you hear me okay? My voice isn't so good today, but I'm not sick. So through the chair, I am just going to present the slide deck, and there's about 30 slides. So hopefully, if you need to stop me, feel free. But if you can hold your questions till the end, that'd be great, because I know you've had a long day already, so, and I'd like to hopefully that you'd leave time for more discussion, because it's a fairly big ask from Interior Health this year, and there's, I think, a lot of things to consider. So with that, I will start the presentation. So, it's the same board as RDOS. The chair Johansson already sort of spoke about what the RHD funds in regards to capital requests, and typically the split is 60-40 with RHD providing 40%, but as the chair alluded to, that's discretionary. So when I put the budget that's presented at first reading, I was given some parameters where to keep the tax requisition to an increase after non-market growth of about 5% and no borrowing. So that's kind of and plus using the cash flow method. So with the ask that Interior Health requesting in this year's budget, it's going to be spread over 2024 to 2027 in the financial plan, based on the information that was provided to the CAO in regards to, I guess, Interior Health provided you that information. Just as a little background, there are 7 health authorities in British Columbia. And there were 23 regional hospital districts, but I think it was like 98 or 99, the Greater Vancouver RHD was dissolved. And that's to do with the creation of TransLink. And I guess the thought behind the hospitals in that region was they serve the entire province. So I guess the regional hospital district worked out a deal that those funds that they used to collect would go to help fund TransLink and regional transit in the Greater Vancouver region. So some of the information I worked with was the capital request from IHA this year was just over $6 million. Of that, it's broken down to projects over $100,000, and that totaled just about $5.7 million. The global grant funds projects that are under $100,000, and this year that was almost $470,000. I typically will take a look at the 5-year average of the requests that come in, and I mean, if this request was approved, the 5-year average would go up to just about 4.5 million. Last year, it was about 3.5 million. So it's that average went up $1 million, which over the years, that was quite a considerable bump. In regards to long-term debt, the only debt we have on the books right now is in regards to the Penticton Regional Hospital, the patient care tower project. So that debt was taken out in the spring of 2020, and it was amortized on a 25-year amortization at 2%. But that rate, typically when you finance through MFA, you get the first 10 years at the set interest rate. But because the pandemic hit and there was no bond market at the time they went out to raise funds for that debt, we could only get a 5-year at 2%. So that rate will be reset in April of May of 2025. So depending on what the rates are with MFA at the time, our interest payments will probably go up considerably. So in previous years' budgets, we'd approved borrowing an additional about $11 million for various projects that I'll go over later in the presentation. And the estimated reserve balance at the end of 2023 is about 8.1 million. And of that, 7.8 million is committed in the financial plan. So this just sort of summarizes the methodology in regards to the cash flow method. That is how I spread it out over the financial plan. So it just breaks it down by type and by year it's budgeted in. So the total comes to that 6.146 million. This slide just sort of breaks down how when I'm trying to forecast what the requests might be in future years when I'm doing the financial plan, it sort of gives me an idea of what the trend is. So as you can see, going back 6 years, I'll look at the two averages and you'll see, I know, just a note that 6.15 million is not approved yet, but I just work it into the averages to give me an idea of, if the requests are more of a flat line or if they're going up. And as you can see, it's gone up quite dramatically. This just touches on the patient care tower project. The project's pretty much wrapped up in the spring of 2023. Just trying to get a final accounting from IHA because they've alluded to that there'll be a project surplus, but what that surplus will be, I haven't been given firm numbers yet. So I've had to leave on the books the outstanding funding for now, and that funding was planned to be borrowed. So I can't really give an indication as to what it'll be because I was told that the project reserve might not be requested. But until I have a confirmation as to what that total is. So what they'll do is they'll take the total cost of the project and then they'll take the 40% our share and then whatever we've contributed, and then we'll have to make a final payment adjustment at that time. So, but it'll more than likely, be in the $2 to $3 million range, I'm assuming. But like I said, until I get confirmation, I'll provide that information to the board. This just summarizes the debts, long-term debt that we have on the books right now. I spoke to that a little bit earlier. It also gives you what our current debt servicing costs broken down by the principal payment and the total interest that we pay annually. And again, it just touches on that debt issue. The interest rate will be reset in 2025. This slide just touches on future long-term borrowing that we've committed in taking out, but we haven't drawn on the debt issue yet because the projects aren't complete. So my best guess is that some of this debt won't be issued until either the fall of 24 or the spring of 25. And so I've projected out that we probably won't have to start doing any debt repayments until 2025, either in the spring or the fall, depending on when the debt's taken out. And just note on the bottom that 6.458 million for the patient care tower. Once I know what the final ask is from IHA in regards to that project, I'll be able to update that. So I'm hopeful that if it's only a third of that amount, the debt servicing costs will go down. So this slide just shows the budget as I've put forward for first reading. Now, in the parameters I was given, you'll notice that in the current year IHA's request on the expenditure side, that's just the cash flow method. So that was the total provided by IHA that would be claimed in 2024. Carry forward amounts from previous years are projects that either they're in progress and they haven't been fully claimed yet. Also, part of that is debt proceeds. So if you see in the revenue side, you'll see a transfer from reserve and then the debt proceeds carry forward from previous years. If you add those two totals up, you should get 8.46 million. So it just shows you where the funding's coming from for those particular grants from previous years. The tax requisition right now is set at $7 million. So in a future slide, I'll break down the increase from the previous year and what the average cost per residential property would be, which is listed at the bottom. So last year, the average levy was about $118, and currently as the tax requisitions sitting, it'll be about $124 on average. So this slide just lays out the 5-year financial plan. So you'll see on the expenditure side where it says current year's IHA requests, that totals up to the $6.14 million that was requested by IHA, funded at 40%. So I'll draw your attention to the tax requisition line at the top of the revenue section. So based on the parameters I was given, there would be double-digit tax increases that would be needed in the 4 future years, except for maybe 2028, to fund the way the financial plan is set. So when we get to next year's budget, this could totally change depending on what IHA's asks are, what our debt repayment costs will be when the debts are reset. So, if you were to compare this budget to what we set next year, the picture could look a little better or a little worse. It just depends on the variables at that time that the budget is set. You'll notice too on the MFA debt repayment line, I factored in the future debt issues that'll probably come out next year, and then also the increase in the debt repayment for the patient care tower, which I've had to estimate based on what the current rates are set with MFA. I think it was at the end of January. This slide breaks out the capital reserves. So based on the way the budget is set right now, it would exhaust our capital reserves by the end of the 5-year financial plan. So this slide breaks out the share of the tax requisition by municipality or electoral area. So it's based on the 2024 completed roll in 24. That's the latest assessment data that I have. When the taxes are, like once the budget's approved and the taxes are finalized, the tax rates get set on the revised roll, which doesn't come out until the end of March. So the share of the tax requisition will change a little bit by that time, but it shouldn't materially unless there's some, I'm getting a sense that there won't be any material changes, but it's usually just a few percentages up and down. And this slide just summarizes the increase in the tax requisition compared to last year, and then adjusting for the non-market growth. Just to allude to the non-market growth, I use the wording non-market change because that's the wording that BC Assessment uses. So I know Jim likes non-market growth, but basically they mean the same thing. So after you apply the non-market growth to the increase that's proposed, it came into 5.16%, around the 5% that I was instructed to try to keep it to. So again, the average residential property levy would be about $124. This slide just summarizes the column that says 2024 completed roll. That's the total by electoral area and municipality, and then the total for our RDO for the region. Now, the columns that are beside that said NMC land and NMC improvements, they're included in those totals. So that gives us, so we're able from there to calculate what the non-market growth percentage would be. And then towards the right side of the slide, it shows what the change is due to market, and then the percentage change in assessment overall. And then this slide just breaks it down by electoral area and member municipality. I can leave this slide up if you want to just take a look, or if you want me to move on. I
think because we got started a little late, we need to
keep moving. Okay.
moving.
If you'd want this information, please let me know. I can forward it to you, no problem. I'll whip through these slides. It just sort of breaks down, how BC assessment treats non-market changes and what they mean. If you'd like this information, I can also forward you this as well. I got this information right from BC Assessment's website. This just breaks down, as the tax requisition is set right now, where the levy, what property class the levy is coming from. So as you can see, about 76% of it comes from residential class, and about 17% comes from class 6, which is business or commercial, and then the rest as it falls out. This slide just shows a line graph. I tried to keep it not too busy. The top line represents the tax requisitions from 2015 to 2024. So it's been sloping up, and now it's starting to take more of a dramatic increase. And the lines that are below are just the 5-year averages. The line that's sort of in burgundy is the 5-year average of IHA requests. And the line that's in lime green is the 5-year average of budget approved request. And you can see the lines were the same up until about 2019, and then they converged a little bit. This slide just sort of summarizes the increase in property taxes if you increase the requisition by $100,000. Now, the first column, I started at last year's tax requisition amount, and then you'll notice in the highlighted column and row, the $7 million is what the tax requisition is set at, and the $674 in regards to the net taxable value, that's the average residential property value in the region right now. So just to summarize, this just shows the difference for each line item. So if you look at the average for the region, every $100,000 you go up for the average property, it's about $1.76 increase. So I was asked to put together some different options for the board to consider from what's being presented at first reading. So the only scenario that I included in addition was 1A. So if you were to approve the requests that IHA requested for 2025 and funded it fully in taxes this year, which is an option I don't recommend, but just so you see what the, just how the numbers fall out. And then option 2A and 2B is to reduce the funding from 40% to 35%. And 2A was taxing the full amount in 24. and 2B was to use the cash flow method. And then 3A and 3B was to reduce the funding down to 30% instead of 40. 3A was taxing the full amount in 24, and 3B was using the cash flow method. So this was scenario 1A. So the tax requisition would have to be increased to about almost $9.7 million. So the average residential levy would go up to about $170. The one benefit from, I don't know if it's a benefit, but I mean, the one thing from a fiscal management point of view is that the capital reserves would still remain at a healthy balance. This is what 2B looked like. So still, you still have quite a hefty tax increase. But the average residential property levy would go down about $13, $14. So this was 2B, where it was use the cash flow method to spread out the IHA requests over the year 2024 to 2027. And with that, the capital reserve balance was still at a relatively healthy level. So we'll get down to the funding that got reduced to 30%. So still fairly large tax requisition in 24, even with the funding, but the consideration was to fund everything in the first year. The benefit was that the capital reserves would be, 3 to 4 million is probably, a balance we would want to try to maintain, because if there's any shocks to, whether it's debt servicing or needs in the region, we have that ability to pull money out of that reserve to assist in that funding. And this was 3B, using the cash flow method. So you'll notice on 2B and 3B, I tried to mirror the tax requisition line to what the tax requisitions are being presented at first reading. So again, you'll notice at the bottom, the capital reserve balance at the end of the financial plan, is from what my perspective would be in a good position. So this slide just summarizes some of the main points from those budget scenarios.
That might be a good one just to leave up for discussion.
Yep, I will leave that up for as long as you'd like it. Now, I'll go back to that slide. But just in regards to the recommendation I'm putting forward, I would put an asterisk beside it, and I'll get to that in a minute. But just with the parameters that I was given when I initially set the budget at first reading, with no additional debt and trying to keep the taxes at 5%, that was how the numbers came out. The scenarios that were requested were after the budget was submitted for first reading. So I'll just read the recommendation. So in light of potential increases in the 2024 OSRHD budget, it is recommended that the 2024 tax requisition be increased to $7 million to cover off large increases in capital expenditure requests made by Interior Health, and to continue to service long-term debt payments Using reserves over the long term in future years may become unsustainable. Alternatively, the board may consider requesting a deferral or denying capital expenditure requests made in 2024 by Interior Health. The board may also want to consider reducing OSRHD's share of funding in whole or in part to lower than 40%. The board should note that for every additional $100,000 increase levied in taxes will increase the average residential levy by approximately $1.76. Now, my asterisk is just in regards to the capital reserves. Sort of how I've, Jim's, I think we've worked together 3 times, and, how I've been mentored over the years is it's good financial practice to have, a relatively healthy capital reserve. With the way the budget is put forward, it drains that capital reserve. So that's why I qualify. I don't know if the budget, the way it's set at first reading, is the best option, and that's for the board to consider and discuss. So that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions for me, I would be more than happy to answer them.
Maybe just go back to that slide. That's it there. I've just got a few comments that I will add, and then we'll take questions and discussion after that. So for myself, I really think the best option that we need to give some serious consideration is 3B, the 30% and the cash flow method. I think from a fiscal responsibility perspective, it is the best option. There's no borrowing at high interest rates. It's funding strategy that matches our capacity. It has a moderate tax increase, but it builds our reserves up nicely to a healthy level. And it minimizes the future budget commitments because we are funding less. The future budget commitments are less with that as well. I also think it positions us well for the 5-year capital plan that we're going to receive later this year that was identified in the MOU. It signals that the board is going to limit future funding to stay within its funding capacity. I think that's an important message that we need to send. It does put the onus on IH to prioritize their capital projects, knowing there is not enough budget to fund everything. And at our last discussion that we had, it was pretty clear that there wasn't much appetite to try and come in at a lower budget number, and there wasn't any appetite to identify any projects they were all a priority. So we put the onus on Interior Health, figure it out. The future estimates that are in the budget sheets there are a good heads up to IH to bring forward matching funding requests that will be contained in the 5-year capital plan, and that will be a collaborative process. And I think an important piece of the puzzle is we need to circle back with the Ministry of Health, because I just don't believe that 40% contribution for regional hospital districts is sustainable anymore. With the cost of projects and our tax base, we can't continue to fund 40%. The needs are there. We're not arguing that there is no need. We'd like to fund everything we can. The reality is we just don't have enough money to do it, I think, in a responsible financial way. And I'll leave it at that, and I'll open it up to the Director Roberts and then Director Holmes and Director Kones.
Thank you to the chair. And I as well, and from the discussions that Martin and I have had with the CAO and Interior Health, 3B makes the most amount of sense in my mind. And I think it's about kind of maybe a shot over the bow as well as we go into these 5-year plans. Gives us an opportunity to be on a good solid footing and then have open discussion. And also by providing a stronger reserve, it means that when we're looking into the 5-year plans coming up that they're going to provide next year, we're going to be in a good position to be able to be a real collaborative partner in regards to those things. And I would like to make the motion that's what I would like to see done. That's my choice. So I'm making a motion in regards to 3B as a choice. If there's somebody who wants to second it.
Yeah.
All right.
Moved in second, and then I'll go to Director Holmes.
I certainly agree with that. Especially the other thing, it seems that the definition of what hospital capital seems to be getting looser and looser every year. So they're just kind of jamming in whatever they can define as a hospital in there, whether it's actually really a hospital or not. I'm wondering, perhaps to the chair, are we doing something radical here? Do we know other hospital districts around the province if they're also having these same kind of discussions and going down from 40 to 30, or is this going to be sent shockwaves through the system? Thanks.
I've talked to 2 other chairs, and there was at least one other hospital district taking this approach. Director Kones.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, my question was the same. What are the other health authorities doing? And so that's great. But I also want to say that I like this approach because we are choosing a percentage. And I think what Interior Health does, whether consciously or not, is they choose capital projects throughout our region so that we almost pit ourselves against each other. Who are we going to choose is not going to get their project done. And it's tough, right? With us all sitting here, we know we all need everything in all our communities. So I think going to the percentage, 30% at this stage anyway, is the right thing to do.
Director Taylor.
Yeah, similar line of thinking, but I am wondering what's the impact. Obviously, this one's the best for us, and we're all gravitating there. What's the impact to management of the hospital system? I mean, how much notice do they need that they've got less revenue?
Well,
or less capital?
A couple things, and part of the reason that I support this budget approach here, we heard at the last hospital district meeting projects coming back that were approved 2 to 3 years ago, asking for more money. That is really poor project management, in my opinion. You know, and is that a strategy where you're asking for something in 2021? You're not going to get to it, but then you come back in 2023, 2024 for more money. So I think Interior Health has those answers about what they need to prioritize and how much they're going to get this work done. And I think it really needs to go back to, again, to the Ministry of Health. I think we're at a watershed moment here where we're getting there where 40% isn't sustainable anymore. Yes, we could raise the money. We could borrow for Interior Health. Interest rates are up. That's not a great thing to do. We don't want to tax a huge amount of money. We've got huge bills that are going to be coming up in terms of debt that are going to have a new interest rate attached to them. We're sitting in a pretty precarious position, and we're not the only hospital district that is struggling with this. And I think, you know, I feel like we're kind of backed into a corner here, and we need to come out with a strategy about and say this is what we can afford, and let's work together to find out what else we can afford, and then let's get the ministry involved, because I think the province needs to kick in more money as well. Healthcare is getting more and more expensive all the time. Director McCordoff?
Thank you. I certainly agree with your thinking on this as well. And speaking of, you know, projects that municipalities have, we do know that you plan something, you plan how much it's going to cost, and then 2 and 3 years later, when you get around to doing it, it's double. So I think we need to look at those issues when we deal with the hospital as well as anything else. So thank you.
Sorry, Director Bush, I forgot you.
Yeah, so I agree with Director Johansson. Although obviously it's going to come back to bite us in rural areas where they're going to cut back on all the, health plan or
the PCNs?
Healthcare, primary care networks. I mean, they're not going to come to our rural districts if we don't fund them, but I'm okay with that.
Well, we did fund last year for Karameas, and we did fund for Princeton primary care networks. So the funding is there. We've committed to borrowing that money when those projects start happening. Again, there's some projects that continue not to happen. I don't see any more questions. So CAO, are we clear that we're going to give first and second reading to the financial plan as amended using option 3B?
Yes. So that's what you'll be voting on. So the bylaw will be changed to read that, and then it'll be brought back for third and adoption.
Okay. Not seeing any more hands. I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. And I'll look for a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned. Thank you, John. Thank you, much appreciated.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. I forgot to mention a few things. I can't say, well, I just wanted to say when I put this budget together, I'm always in the front of my mind is to put together a budget that you can take back to your communities, that you're going to get support and buy-in to what this board does. So, and the other thing I forgot to mention was I feel like you're backed into a bit of a corner with this ask this year. So, but having said that, I'm cut off.
No.
Okay, we do have the regular board meeting to deal with. And just working through the agenda here, there's some items on the consent agenda. This is your opportunity to remove anything off the consent agenda if there's a desire to do so. Seeing no desire or hands to come up with that, I would also note that the item from last meeting, the TUP from Naramata, will be coming back to the board and will be listed as B10 on the agenda, just so everybody's aware. With that amendment, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? One opposed. Motion carries. Do you need the name? Director Fedrigo was opposed. And moving on to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion to adopt that one. Mover? Seconded, or moved, thank you, as seconder, thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to development services. Item B1, CAO. It's a development variance in electoral area D.
Thank you. So this application is seeking a variance to a maximum retaining wall height that applies to the subject property in order to undertake the construction of 3 retaining walls. And the recommended motion is that the development variance permit number 2023.041 DVP to allow the construction of 3 retaining walls at 162 Silic Drive be approved. And staff's here to answer questions if you have any.
Okay, I'll go to Director Taylor. Direction on this one?
Yep, I'm going to move to deny.
So you're making the motion to deny it? Is there a seconder? I'm assuming you're seconding it. With the denial, we ask if the applicant is in the room or online and would like to speak to it. If you could raise your hand if you're online or not seeing anybody in the room. Do we have anybody? Okay, if you can put them through. Hello, can you hear us? Are they through?
He's trying to talk, just listen.
Okay, can you hear us? I heard somebody. Is that Rosie and Wes? Is that the names? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you.
All right. As you're probably aware, the motion was made to deny, so that gives you an opportunity to address the board. I would say this is your chance to tell us what you're trying to do and why.
Is Wes there as well? Can he talk?
I'm not seeing anybody in the room.
So they're motioning to not approve our walls?
That's the motion that has been made, yes.
Can we ask why?
That I'm not sure, but this gives you an opportunity to explain why you're seeking the variance.
Okay, well, it was mainly, originally it was part of our foundation parcel. So when the plans were approved by the RDOS, the foundation wall heights were as per that height, as was the foundation was already built for the house. So we're trying to match that height so that for drainage and for being able to have a proper slope of a driveway.
Okay.
Because we
Continue. Did you have anything else to add?
And then for the back retaining wall, wall C, that was approved by the ACP to carry on, that was okay to go ahead with. They felt that there was nothing needing to, no reason to not have that wall, was mainly for, that was also for, to support drainage and safety, so we can have a safe area at the back of our house to be able to access our back door.
Why? Yeah. With what? With those people. No, it's not too much. Ouch!
Okay. Is there anything further you'd like to add, or I can go to the board and see if they have any questions for you?
Yeah, I guess we'll see if they have any questions.
Okay. Is there any questions for the applicant in regards to this? Mr. Garish, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just we believe that the other property owner might also be online and.
Can you hear me?
There he is. Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Sorry. I was having problems with my headset. Sorry about that.
No problem. Did you want to add anything to your wife's comments?
Yeah, so the reason being for the retaining walls is for the, especially the wall C, which is the one that was main in question, was that we wanted to help with erosion on the property. So we dropped our house as far as we could to make sure that we had the height requirements, which put a large ledge between our property, the adjoining property, and that one. So we did talk to the property beside us and offered to slope it so it would look better. We also offered to buy a chunk of that property. We were denied on both sides, so we put in a variance for a lock block wall. Something that is also fire smart, will help with erosion, and also something I can put a fence on so that my kids will not go down that embankment due to the fact that the house is on a very steep slope. As for wall A and B, they are put in so that we can access our garage off the driveway and the road being the entrance in. So we're just trying to get it a little bit higher. They only actually hold back and are of the height that's needed for about 15, maybe 10 feet on A and B. And then there's only about 75 feet of wall on the property side adjacent there. That's about 75 feet. So that's the main reason, was it erosion with all the water and rain coming off the roof to stop that. And then also to access the garage.
Okay, I'll check with the board if they have any questions for them. Looking around. Any questions for the applicant on this? Not seeing any hands. Okay, well, thank you for the comments. We'll turn it over to the board to deal with now.
Thank you.
Discussion on this? Director Taylor?
I'd just like to be clear for my rationale for denial. I feel that in the analysis, I understand the need for the walls, but I feel that in the analysis, we're told that the retaining walls should be integrated to the terrain and respect the natural character of the site in order to achieve environmentally sound and livable hillside neighborhoods, and be aesthetically well integrated into a hillside to enhance the desirability and marketability of hillside developments, allowing flexibility and innovation in design while recognizing the importance of preserving natural features and hillside character. So, you know, it's pretty beautiful place up there, and this is going to be a 75-foot long wall that's 9 feet high and solid concrete. And I'm just suggesting that there could be some work done there.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Director Gettins?
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm, either through the chair or staff, when something is denied, can the citizens come back and reapply with the new, because what I'm hearing is the aesthetics part of it, and just wanted to make sure that the applicants can come back with a new design?
Mr. Garish, can you clarify?
So for the board's benefit, there's a provision in the development procedures bylaw that prohibits reapplication after the board has refused something for a period of 12 months. But that's to stop frivolous applications. So resubmitting something that the board has already made a determination on. If the applicant changes their design and is deemed to be different, then they can reapply almost immediately.
Follow up? Go ahead.
So if a redesign comes back to be more aligned with what Director Taylor just said about it blending in a little bit better, that's enough of a change for this applicant to come back?
Mr. Garish?
On the face of it, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Knodel, I see a hand.
Through the chair, I'm just wondering whether Director Taylor would give some direction so this doesn't come back a number of times and you know, the applicant can move in a direction that's acceptable. Thank you.
Okay. Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. And this is for staff, because like reading the material here, it seems to be a safety issue in regards to the slope as well. And I did, in seeing through some of the representation, somebody's other idea. I don't know who they were, whatever, but in regards to what issues they have with drainage and with slope integrity, do you see, like, is that the only option? Because, you know, I can see that, you know, you've recommended approval because of these other issues. So I'm concerned that if they try something else and then they end up dealing with the integrity of the bank, and then that causes further grief to the family, home, and areas.
Is there a question in there?
Well, I'm asking if there's a safety issue. Like I'm looking at their attending. Is there other ways of looking at that?
Okay.
Like in the staff's opinion.
Staff got a response to that?
Well, it's difficult for us to try to comment on designs that we haven't seen. I mean, obviously in this situation, given the topography of the site, and given what we're trying to achieve with the retaining wall regulations, we feel that there's merit to the proposal as currently submitted to the board for consideration, but that's obviously not to rule or preclude possible other design considerations that may also work on the site. But without having seen those, it's hard to be more specific in our response.
Okay. Director Wiebe?
And I know technically I don't have a vote in this, but if it's aesthetics, could that be something that an approval with, provided there's a plan, given that it's not bare concrete, 9 feet by, what do we say, 75? Like, is that, rather than a denial, is there an opportunity to say approval with a condition? Is that something that could be on the table today?
Mr. Garish?
Generally, the conditions would have not be not material, but the applicants asked you to consider a very specific proposal, and so that's it. And if the board has issues with that, then you have to refuse it. You can't pick and choose, because conditions that he may not have asked for might impede his ability to do the proposal as has been submitted to you. So,
okay, I've got Director Knodel and then Monteith. You're muted, Director Knodel.
I was asking for a direction from Director Taylor on what would be acceptable as a design change, whether it's a total redesign or just a texturing of the wall. And, you know, let's give the applicant an opportunity to move in a direction. Right now, he's just going to guess at what he's doing. He's going to keep coming back if he doesn't hit the right button, kind of thing. So just looking for a direction here.
Okay. Did you want to respond to that, Director Taylor?
Sure. I think the neighbor made one suggestion which involved stepped wall. That may have used up more land than the applicant wanted, so I was reluctant to push that one. But the stepped one would have provided for a lot of breakup of 9 feet high of wall. There are lock block alternatives, and I've just looked at them in my neighborhood that are 12 feet high, and yeah, that doesn't look like just a straight, smooth slab of concrete, and then you're going to put a fence on top of that, and so
something more aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, textured.
And fitting into the landscape. Director Monteith?
And through the chair, you kind of answered exactly where I was going with this. So I looked at this as a perspective if it was in my community, and having a 9-foot wall is just not palatable. It's invasive. If you live near it, drive by it, it's going to be very visible. So I do agree that looking at an alternate design where it's stepped, less, so it doesn't look like a fortress, I guess, right? No, it's just sort of, it is challenging to live beside a property that would have a 9-foot wall. So I did take the neighbor's feedback quite seriously, so.
Okay. Seeing any other hands, we'll call the, oh, go ahead, Director Taylor.
I just want to be clear, I wasn't limiting it to the neighbor's suggestion, some kind of texture or brickwork or stonework or whatever. Just something to break up that.
Okay. This is a rural vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And this is to deny. All right, any opposed? Director Bush, Knodel, and Coyne opposed. Oh, and Roberts. The motion carries. 4 opposed. Down to B2, a development variance in electoral area F, CAO.
Thank you. This application is seeking a variance to the accessory building regulations that apply to the subject property in order to formalize internal renovations to an accessory building. Administrative recommendation is that the development variance permit number F 2023.039 to formalize interior renovations to an accessory building at 2218 be denied.
And I'll go to Director Gettens.
Thank
Direction
you.
on
I
this?
will move the administrative recommendation to deny it.
Okay, it's moved, seconded, thank you. Again, that gives the applicant an opportunity to address the board if they're online. I'm not seeing anybody in the room, so hopefully they are online. Can you hear us? Hello? Not hearing anybody.
Oh, I'm on. Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic. Apologies for the technical difficulties here. I'd like to.
No problem.
First off, for taking the time to review this variance. Yes, I recently put in a pool in my backyard last year, and subsequently bought a pool house for entertaining guests, and as well as a washroom shower for people utilizing the pool. Was a pretty good idea. We have a that would be to primarily to negate the damage to the main property, the main house, with people walking in with chlorinated water and stuff like that dripping off of them. The pool house is primarily, its function and use is primarily as a fitness area with fitness equipment in it, and a 75-inch TV that's viewable to the pool and patio area. It's mounted in such a way that it's not really viewable if you're in the building itself. And that's kind of where we were looking at the allocated space according to the bylaws is 3 meters. The constructible building that we sized up for a bathroom is with just a single toilet, a wash basin, and a shower for, again, for people utilizing the hot tub and the swimming pool. That ended up being 4.53 meters in size. So a little bit larger than what's typically allowed, but I was very grateful for the staff at the RDOS in the technical side, the planning side, to walk me through these different bylaws and information that I used to try to develop this variant permit application, just due to the fact that it it's a nice property. It doesn't impose any to any infrastructure or anything like that in the area. It's very well built, and just the fact that having the bathroom off the pool patio area for people to utilize, it would be beneficial and negate the damage to the house if people walk in. Our house, a bit of a safety factor. Our house is all tile, and we actually had one family friend slip and bang her elbow up pretty good and needed a trip to the hospital just due to the slippery tile floor that she was walking on. That was unfortunate. Try to negate that type of activity, I guess, is what we're trying to do, and utilize it primarily, like I said, as a fitness area.
Okay, I will check with the board if they have any questions for you.
Sure.
Any questions for the applicant? Director Gettens, go ahead.
Thank you. I do have one question, actually. We have in our package an aerial photo of your home. And then to the south and the west, there's another home. And then there is a vacant piece of land beside your neighbors. And it looks like there's a little bit of a roadway that goes through that land. And then there's no alleyway to your house. So it goes through that vacant property, down the back of your neighbors, and then into what looks like a gate to access your backyard. I'm just wondering about that roadway to the back of your house and what that is for.
That accesses the back of my house for my RV parking. That was there. This house was the second house built up here, I was told. One of the first homes built here. And that alleyway has been there since day one of the access to that property. I believe I'm the third or possibly fourth owner.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Anything further, Director Gettens?
Nope,
Okay.
thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing no hands. Thank you, sir, for the brief presentation, and I'll turn it back over to the board to make a decision.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Robert. Yeah, we've turned it back to the board. So.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. I got a question in regards to Bill 44 coming. Like, and part of the reasons for, people looking at what it could possibly become in the future, or under the premise of Bill 44, would that be something that we couldn't stop it for in the future? Just trying to get my understanding if this would be something that would fall under that. Let's say you were saying it's another suite.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Garish?
So our understanding of Bill 44, which we were hoping to present earlier today, might have shed some light on this, is that, so that the province is mandating a minimum density in all residential neighborhoods of 2, encouraging local governments to take a flexible approach to that. There are exemptions, though, and one of the exemptions does apply to situations like the West Bench, where there's a long-standing hazard that's supported by professional reports, in this case geotechnical, and so those situations or those areas qualify for exemption and don't have to provide the same level of density as other locations in the province. So.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion, Director Gettens? Go ahead.
Thank you. Could the staff just clarify what is allowed in an accessory building around the bathroom situation, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So in this zone, it's being a low density residential zone. Showers are not permitted. There are a range of other features such as decks, wet bars that are not permitted. But the two relevant ones here is a shower, and then the size of the bathroom is limited to 3 meters squared.
Thank you. So, well, it may not be the intention of the current owner. For sure, this is a pretty good sized home. You saw in your report that they did take it back, a permit for a wet bar, which, is, you know, it's already probably set up to do that. That's pretty close to a kitchenette. This is a bathroom. We do have high hazards. We're not to have carriage houses in West Bench. There are 2 letters against this as well. So for that, I'm going to stick with the administrative recommendation to deny it. Yeah, it's just too close to an accessory dwelling over an accessory building. So, and there's no undue hardship for it. So I'm going to just stick with the denial, please.
Okay, any other discussion? Not seeing any hands. Again, this one is a rural vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Bush opposed? Motion carries. Oh, and Knodel, were you opposed, Director Knodel? Yes? Okay, so 2 opposed. And Coyne? All right. B3, another DVP in electoral area F, CAO.
Thank you. This application is seeking variance to the general regulations that applies to the subject property in order to undertake construction of an in-ground swimming pool. And the staff recommendation is that the development variance permit F 2023.042 to allow the construction of the in-ground swimming pool at 22404 Forsyth Drive be approved.
Director Gattens, over to you.
Thank you. I'll move the administrative recommendation to approve.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this one? Director Gettens, go ahead.
I do have a comment on this because, again, as the staff just said about the last application with West Bench being a geotechnical hazard land designation, that's why we don't allow carriage houses. And it's also why we don't allow pools. And one of the projects that planning's been trying to get to is to update the geotech report for West Bench so that when a geotech comes to West Bench, they're not just looking at the one property, but they're looking and taking into account the report and the possible downstream. As the closer you get to the edge of West Bench towards the city, the higher the risk is. And I just wanted to point out that for this in particular geotech report, he actually talks about the subject property and the adjacent and downstream properties. And I just wanted to recognize that that's where this is going, and that's why we had this geotech report. Where his home is located, the hazard isn't as high. So I feel comfortable moving this one forward, and I just wanted to recognize that I thought that was a great addition. I hadn't seen that before.
Okay. Anything further? Again, another rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B4, a petition to enter the Narromata water system, CAO. Is this the... Go ahead.
Thank you. So we were asked by the applicant to defer this, and so
okay, so
that's the recommendation.
Is to defer it. You want to make that motion?
Yeah,
I guess we should probably have it as a motion to defer? Or is it?
Yeah, just remove it from the agenda if that's okay.
Okay, you want to make the motion to remove it from the agenda? Do we need that, or we should have did that at the start? Because it's a late removal from the agenda.
I'm happy to
Let's get an official ruling here.
I believe you could still move to not consider it at today's meeting.
Okay. So move to, what's the motion we should word? I hate wordsmithing.
How about postpone to next meeting?
Okay.
I will move to
Moved.
postpone to next meeting.
And seconded, all right. All those in favor of postponement, this would be corporate, so everybody votes. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B5, Subdivision Development Servicing Bylaw Review, CAO.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is to present options in relation to the introduction to the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Subdivision and Development Service Bylaw number 2900/2024, and the recommended motion is that the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Subdivision and Development Service Bylaw number 29/2024 be read first and second, and that the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Campground and Manufacturing Home Park Zoning Amendment Bylaw 3036/2024 be read a first and second time and proceed to public hearing, and that the holding of the public hearing for Amendment Bylaw 3061/2024 be scheduled for the Regional District Board meeting of February 22, 2024. And finally, that staff give notice to the public hearing in accordance with the requirements in the Local Government Act, and staff's here to help answer questions.
Okay. One quick question, can this be moved as one motion or is it two?
Go ahead.
It should be two because the
One
first
is-
part is corporate and the
Okay.
rest of it is just a
That's
roll
what I
vote.
wanted to clarify. So the first part of that motion is first and second. Someone ready to move that? Go ahead. Moved, seconded, thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing no hands. This part is the corporate vote. Oh, Director Coyne, go ahead. You're still muted.
There we go.
There you go.
Came back with a different screen this time, so it's weird. That has all of the subdivision.
We lost you
water
again.
and sewer stuff in.
Oh, there. You're
that
cutting in
I
and
didn't
out
want
on
to
us
be part of.
somehow. Can you maybe shut your video off and we can hear you speak maybe better?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. This is the one with all of the water and sewer stuff and all that for the Okanagan. Is this going to, because we pulled it off for the Similkameen, is this still going to be part of the Similkameen one, or is this going to be separate?
Good question. Mr. Garish?
So my understanding is the question relates to a discussion that was scheduled for Planning and Development Committee this morning in relation to Bill 44 amendments that involve both the Okanagan and the Similkameen. And just to clarify, so the subdivision servicing bylaws before you today is the design standards for water and sewer systems. We do have the separate discussion regarding regulation of private utilities, but that's separate and not part of this agenda item.
Okay. Did you understand that, Director Coyne?
This is terrible.
We can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to see a lot more public consultation on all of this stuff before it goes through.
All right. This is just giving first and second reading. Is there going to be a public consultation phase through this, Mr. Garish?
So we have done public consultation on the subdivision servicing bylaw up to this point. Subdivision servicing bylaws don't have public hearing requirements, but because there is a zoning amendment associated with it, we will have a public hearing. And we've also separately done public consultation on the private utilities. And then just to extend, in case there's a question related to Bill 44 amendments, subject to getting direction from the board at committee, we would then be doing separate consultation on those changes as well.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion on this? Not seeing any other hands. So on the first portion, this is corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Roberts and Coyne opposed. Motion does carry. And looking for a motion for the second part of this, which is the rural portion. So a rural mover and seconder moved. Seconded, thank you. On the table or on the floor, discussion on this? Director Gettens, did you want to speak to it?
Right, I'm just figuring out how to split the two, how the two are split up. This is just for design requirements, right? Like so that people who are putting in subdivisions use the right size of whatever is under the ground to move the stuff around. Like it's not, it's just saying you're already going to do this, but we're just meeting a standard of design. It's not to stop anything extra. Okay, so that's what I'm sorry. It's a long report that I'm trying to find here. So that's what all these diagrams are about, is that it needs to be this far away in gravity and anti-gravity, and the pipe needs to be this big. So that's all this is. It's just making sure that those tradespeople are doing what we need to the standard of the regional district. It's not to stop any development or anything like that. Okay, thank you.
All right, any further discussion? So, Director Coyne, Senior, go ahead.
So in that, when the developer builds it, then they have to turn it over to the RDOS, correct?
I'll go to Mr. Garish. He's shaking his head no, but go ahead.
No, so that's part of the discussion in relation to the regulation of private utilities, which is a separate amendment bylaw process unrelated to this item.
Okay.
Okay.
So, got that. Any further discussion?
So I just want to say, I actually came and sat with Chris and talked about it because I had the same confusion as well. So it is two separate conversations for sure.
Okay. Anything further? This is rural. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B6, Development Procedures Amendment Bylaw, prohibited public hearings, CAO.
Thank you. This is to amend the Regional District Development Procedure Bylaw 2500-2011 in order to provide procedures for the Regional District to prohibit from holding a public hearing in a zoning bylaw amendment under Section 464.3 of the Local Government Act. And the administrative recommendation is that Development Procedure Amendment Bylaw 2500.33/2024 be read a first, second, and third time.
All right. Direction on this one? Anybody prepared to move it? I think it's need a rural vote or a mover. Thanks for the trying though. Director Monteith is moving it. A seconder.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's a seconder. It's on the floor. Discussion. Go ahead, Director Gittins.
Thanks. So this is coming down from the province, right? Like we're just sort of being told to do this. What I think we can do a little bit of misogyny, right? Because it feels uncomfortable not to be allowed to hold a public hearing. Like that doesn't feel very good. So just for clarity, so people have up to, can you just give an example of when this would apply and then how we would find out, how would we provide enough time for citizens by first reading to give us the feedback that we often get after first reading? So just an example of when this would apply with no public hearings and then how we manage that feedback process, please.
Mr. Garish.
Sure. So for the board's benefit, at committee today, we have had proposed amendments in relation to Bill 44. And the legislation says for those amendments, we're prohibited from holding a public hearing. So when those come forward, there will be no public hearing associated with them. But the act also says that we have to notify the public before first reading that these amendments are coming forward. So the question then becomes, okay, so if we're notifying something that we can't have a public hearing on, we're anticipating that people are going to want to put representations in. So how do we deal with that so that it's not holding up potential readings because they're flowing in at first or second or third or even just before adoption? And so the proposed amendments before you now are setting out how best we will deal with those situations, that will accept representations up until first reading. But once the board is given a first reading, similar to kind of what's occurred in the past with the close of a public hearing, that'll be the cutoff point for representations to be received. And then going forward, any representations that come in, we would simply just put on file.
Okay, so that wouldn't come to the board. It would just be in a staff's file.
Representations after first reading.
Yes, after first reading. Okay.
So can I just get an example then of a zoning bylaw amendment that we would be familiar with where this would apply?
So if this is a big if, but if we had adopted our bylaws to reflect the requirements of Bill 44, the public hearing that you had today most likely would have been one that we couldn't have had a public hearing on, right? Because it was a wholly residential, rezoning that when we have to update our bylaws probably would have been consistent with what we set out in the OCP. So in that situation, we wouldn't have been able to hold a public hearing, but we still would have had to notify that the board would be considering first reading of that amendment bylaw at this date. And between that notification and first reading, we would anticipate getting representations. And there's also the possibility maybe representations come in later because there is no public hearing. There is no end point for the public unless we establish one, which is what this amendment bylaw does.
Okay. I don't really have a question, but a comment is that I think we have to go through with this. Obviously, it's pushed down on us, but I think there may need to be some education as to when this applies so that the public is a little more aware and their expectations are somewhat tempered when we get to these sorts of things. Director?
I'll wait my turn.
Okay. Director Holmes.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll take some time for the public to get their heads around this, because the thing is, you're taking public hearings away from at a time when projects are, that they can actually visualize and see what they're getting, as opposed to now, it's shifting it all to the OCP stage where it's all more conceptual rather than anything specific. But I think it also means that you have to have watertight OCPs. I mean, that your OCP has to be what your community wants it to be.
Yeah. Follow up on it, Mr. Garrett?
All I would say is at a staff level, we're anticipating that once the changes to the zoning and OCP bylaws in relation to Bill 44 are implemented, because the province is encouraging flexibility, that the number of rezonings like the one that happened this morning should probably be reduced, and then that'll occur even more, especially for the municipalities, because by the end of 2025, you have to have pre-zoned enough land for 20 years of growth. And if you've pre-zoned, then theoretically people aren't having to come in to rezone to accommodate that growth, right? So,
so we may not be seeing so many zoning applications. Interesting. You had something to add?
I do. Sorry. So I think what I'm struggling with this, and I recognize that this is mandated, but it's that first reading, like to stop it at first reading, because sometimes at the board, we have a good discussion and we go to first and second reading, then there's a pause and we go to third, or, you know what I mean? So is it possible to have the cutoff at second reading, for example, so there's an opportunity to have board discussion, and then, or does it have to be stopped at first reading? The public, sorry, I'm not being am I being clear? Like
I
public,
understand what you
yeah,
mean, but
okay. Public feedback, does it have to stop at first reading, or can we have it stop at second reading?
Mr. Gersh?
well, so the reason why we are recommending first reading is that we're avoiding the potentiality of having to do any rereadings based on feedback that might come in later. And although unlikely, it was raised in one of these seminars that the province is putting on that under this new regime, it's possible that a zoning bylaw may be able to get first, second, third, and adoption at one meeting. So in which case we want to encourage people to get their comments in before first, if that situation ever plays out, right?
Interesting.
I'm going to say this, my last thing is, I know I'm hogging the mic here, but then we got to up our game on letting people know ahead of time. Like,
That was my comment about
Okay, like-
education might
yeah,
be a thing. We'll have to explain this a little bit better. Go ahead.
Well, and again, I know there was a request for more presentation or context on Bill 44, but I think what the province is saying with everything that they've done in the last 6 months is that they don't want rezonings related to residential being held up. They're trying to streamline it, and I guess the question would be, what are we accomplishing by doing more outreach earlier in the process if it's not simply to recreate a process that the province is trying to get us to move away from? So I'll just put that up for consideration.
Good point. Director Knodel.
I believe that Director Holmes was on to something about the OCPs. If we're going to do this, shouldn't we be, like, is there some way of amending our OCPs quickly to accommodate this? I mean, it's an issue. You had something, so just not sure where to go with it.
That's a tough one. We've been trying to deal with these OCPs for a while, but I'll go to Mr. Garish.
Well, and again, I mean, it's unfortunate we didn't have the chance to talk more about Bill 44 this morning, but I mean, part of why the province is now mandating the housing needs reports every 5 years is that we also have to review our OCPs every 5 years and make sure they reflect what's in these new housing needs reports. So they're pushing us in this direction, and you know, I know we've had discussions with the board about how can we streamline our OCP review process, but for regional districts with 9 electoral areas and 9 OCPs, I mean, that's potentially a daunting task every 5 years, right? So,
absolutely. Any further discussion? Seeing none, again, this one. Oh, go ahead, Director McCordoff.
Just one thing. I thought that OCPs were a living document and we could adjust them anytime we want, right?
Mr. Garrett?
We better make sure when we do adjust them
Yes.
that it meets the newest needs, right?
yes, agreed. It's just that we have that OCP review schedule, which I think is, because of the number of OCPs we have, stretches out over a 20-year horizon. But we, at a staff level at least, are trying to move away from that comprehensive review model and tackle things as they come up on a more regular basis, as opposed to waiting 20 years for an OCP review.
Totally agree. Thank you.
All right, this one is a rural vote. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B7, electoral area E, OCP, and
That's exactly what
I was just gonna probably get that from CAO. CO.
That's exactly what I was going to remind
We're
board. You'll have-
getting awful close here.
You're going to need to vote that you can extend the meeting after 5 o'clock.
Well, we've never experienced it yet, so we are today. Did we? Yeah, oh, wow. So looking for a motion or something here, Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I'm looking for the logic to why we have to make a motion to extend our meeting. I mean, I know we are, but I'm just curious I think the public would like to know why.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Cram.
Because the board procedure bylaw, section 6.6 says no board meeting may start or continue past 5 p.m. unless the board passes a vote to start or continue that meeting past that time. So therefore, in order to do so, you must vote to do so.
It's just part of our procedures bylaw. So someone prepared to move that we continue on, move, seconded, thank you. This would be a corporate, I'm sure, but discussion, go ahead.
I approve, I agree to go after 5. How far after 5?
That depends on how talkative everybody is, really. We don't have to put a limit on it, just that we're going past it. And if, question on that regards, there's no time limit after that? Yeah. Go ahead.
The bylaw doesn't indicate that you must give a limit.
Okay. So we'll finish the meeting. It really should go much quicker after, but let's hope. So B7, CAO.
Thank you. So this bylaw number 3010 represents a review and update of electoral area E official community plan, OCP bylaw, and is proposing to repeal and replace the current electoral area E OCP bylaw number 2458, 2008. And the recommended motion is that electoral area E official community plan bylaw 3010, 2023 be read a third time and adopted.
Okay, Director Federico.
I'd like to recommend third reading, but with some amendments to the draft OCP at the moment.
Amendments, they'd have to be listed before we understand what they are, I think.
Yep, do you want me to list them? I'll list them
Or
now.
should-
Does it need to come in beforehand?
Just for clarity purposes here, would the if there was amendments to this, do they need to be now listed? I would think so. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Yep. So I'd like to amend section 6.5, which is the growth management. So it would be to remove growth containment area C.
And that's it?
No, there's a few more in there. Remove the community sewer language. So overwhelming through public hearing was that right now there's an overwhelming in the document speaks to the support for the community sewer system, which until we're done our liquid waste management plan is not a consensus in the community. And so we'd like to remove that positive language. We'd like to remove the vacation rental section, and given that we are in the middle of a review and waiting to hear from the province, then just to remove that until a decision has been made and then can be put back in there. And then section 17.5.1 mentions a Soyuz Lake, and as lovely as a Soyuz Lake is, it does not reside in Area E. So if we can just change that language to reflect Okanagan Lake.
Okay. CAO?
Seeing that there's so many changes, why not postpone it and take it back at the next meeting for third and adoption with the amendments? Just recommendation.
And have them
Send them.
as part of,
Yeah.
so we can actually consider them properly? I
yes.
suspect we should probably get it moved and seconded though, so it's on the floor, or would that?
What do you think? No, I would recommend that we just take it for next
Okay,
meeting.
so just a motion to postpone?
Yes.
You're okay with that, moving that one?
Yeah, motion to postpone, and then I'll get the list in for
Into
next
staff?
agenda. Yeah.
One of the changes sounded easy, but a seconder, I'm assuming? Go ahead.
Comment. So I do appreciate taking the time to do an OCP correctly and get all that feedback, but just note, the more we delay things, we're not moving on to other projects that are pushing forward. So there is competing projects, but I want to make sure that Naramata is heard. So yeah, we need to wrap this up.
Okay, Director Gettens?
Yeah, I just wanted, because I just want to make sure with Director Federico, if you said you were just going to move it to third, so is the idea, was the intention of the changes to have it come back for third and then go back out again? Or when these changes are made, you're willing to read it for a third time and then adopt it with those changes? So when it comes
Correct.
back, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, okay.
Okay, so is there,
Can I just make sure that so the staff doesn't have to go into any consultation on this then? These,
You might have to go back to public hearing.
well, do you have to go back to a public? I don't know. I'm with you. I feel like I know it's complicated with an OCP, but I'm with you on that one, so.
clarification from staff, if these are done, would there be a requirement for a new public hearing?
I'm inclined to say there is, and that we're looking at rescinding second reading, amending the bylaw, and going back out for consultation and I guess a fourth public hearing on this one, or?
Okay, well, Director Federico,
Thank you,
it
Chair.
hasn't been seconded yet, just so you're aware,
I
to
guess
postpone.
my challenge in there then is that we had first and second reading, and then I went to a public hearing, and the point of the public hearing was to hear the feedback, so I did. So where's the opportunity then after that public hearing to put in the feedback? I had 3 days with lots of information that came in. So unless I need education on the process on where I take that feedback from them, I need to make sure that my community is heard. So I wanted, intention is to move this forward. I just need to then know proper process to make sure that that public hearing feedback that we asked for is respected and listened to. Otherwise, what was the point of that public feedback?
Comment?
Well, to clarify, we're not saying you can't do it. It's just based on what you're describing, it sounds like fairly substantial changes to the document. So we're recommending that that's probably reread second, back out to public hearing, and then you can give it third and adoption.
That would be the safe process, but Director Gettens?
Yeah, thanks. So I think with this one, with the OCP, my understanding, because I think it's a really valid question, is that there's been first and second readings in September and October and November, I think, if I've got my dates right. Then there was a public hearing in October, and then 3 more in January. And we've had a number of public hearing reports. So my concern is that with an OCP, and I wasn't elected during our OCP, but I was on the committee, it was like 52% in favor of the OCP. Like it's a really hard document to get total consensus on. That's the hard part about it. So my concern is that if we keep doing this with the staff, and part of how we pay for OCPs is we all pay into it because it's a big project and then we rotate it along. But how long do we keep going? And I hear you want to hear your community be heard. I respect that, but sometimes we got to let this get going for staff, and then you can come back in 12 months if it's not working for people. But as long as we keep this open with staff, then we can't get to other jobs. And I feel like for an OCP, we've had a lot of input on this. So I don't know if it makes sense to then, if you're thinking these are substantial changes, like, is there can we get another contractor outside of staff so staff can go on more regional work? Like, how do we do this and make your community feel heard, but also recognize there's other communities that are waiting to have conversation?
I don't know that there's an easy solution to that, but Mr. Garish? Don't ask me.
There's no easy, I mean, sorry, I haven't, without the benefit of seeing the full range of changes that are proposed, obviously with the vacation rental review, if we can complete some projects, we're onto that project, and we're anticipating there's going to be amendments to all of the bylaws in relation to it. So, I guess the question for the board is removing vacation rental policies that exist in Area E now simply to amend them as part of the vacation rental review. Like, what are we accomplishing there? I mean, obviously, I want to clarify, staff stand behind the bylaw as it's drafted and presented to you. So.
Okay. So at this moment, there's no motion on the floor, but you were motioning it to postpone. Is there a seconder for that? You're moving to postpone or seconding it? So there is, it's on the floor. I'm going to call the question, and this becomes corporate vote, correct? For a postponement? Because it entails the whole board, or is it rural? Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, so, heard request for changes would require further public consultation. I'm just wondering what happens between now and next meeting.
Well, at this point, the changes she's recommending would go to staff and they would assess it. But that's about it at the moment. CAO?
And also, I would consider it more than one meeting because they do have other work that has to be done and it affects the whole board. So that's just something that I would ask. We have that Gantt chart system that keeps track of how much the capacity box, and you're going to hear that from me. I'm sorry, but you're going to hear that from me. When something like this is added on, something has to come off, and that's something that I just want to make you aware of. So if it's not, it may not be next meeting. I would direct and ask Chris if it's even possible.
No, the deadline for next meeting is tomorrow. So for reports, draft reports, yeah.
Yeah, that puts it a tight timeline for sure.
Can I ask a follow-up then? If this is important and I want to support things that are important to our areas, I think the question then is with the Gantt chart and recognizing we don't have it in front of us, what gets bumped? Because I just need to know for my projects and what I'm setting up expectations for staff on when they are, for citizens on when they can expect to hear things. So if this is, because they sound like big changes to me, like the community sewer language and a growth containment area, what's getting bumped?
Yeah, CAO.
So how that system works, and this will be the first test, is the manager will determine the amount of work that is involved, the new request, and then look at his organizational chart and determine what's equal, and then come back to the board and say, this is what the consequences is.
Okay, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I'm looking to the director to find out whether the changes that you're considering for your OCP, would they not be addressed in the regional growth strategy as well as the vacation rental review? I'm just thinking that my area has vacation rentals in its OCP already. So if we're doing a vacation rental and a regional growth review, then that language should be changing in my OCP, which would also be changing in every area's OCP. So I'm just wondering, whether it's yeah.
The vacation rental review, yes, but removing part of the growth containment boundary, nope. That's specific to the OCP, and given Bill 44 and how housing and now removing public hearing is going to significantly impact that, then I want to make sure that we take care of that now. Otherwise, we just have to go back to that after. And then with regards to liquid waste management plan and language around the sewer, my liquid waste management plan's been deferred for, I'm not sure until when that's done. So the language in there leaves us fairly open again with Bill 44 and a lot of the housing stuff that's coming down. It leaves us open to too much. So we want to make sure that the OCP addresses that now while we're in there working on the draft, so staff don't have to come back to it later.
Okay, so we should probably take a vote here. One more comment.
I just want to ask staff, I mean, if this is deferred or postponed to the next meeting, you're not going to actually do the work that's suggested. You're just going to look at it and then come back and say, for us to do this, this is what we'd have to drop off the board.
CAO, clarify?
Yes, that works. And in a perfect world, it would come off the same electoral area that's adding. But if that's not possible, then it comes up to another area.
Okay. So the motion is to postpone, and I believe that is corporate, correct? All those in favor? All right. Opposed? Motion carries. One opposed? Director Conans, okay. Were you opposed as well, Director Roberts? I didn't catch you on my peripheral vision there, sorry. B8, Official Community Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment in Area I, CAO.
Thank you. This application is seeking to amend the zoning of the subject property in order to allow for the development of a duplex, and the administrative recommendation is that the electoral area I official community plan amendment bylaw 2683.08 2024 and the Okanagan Valley zoning amendment bylaw 2800.31 2024 be read a third time and adopted.
Okay. Director Monteith.
And I'd like to make the administrative recommendation.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion? Seeing no hands, again, rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B9, Official Community Plan Zoning Bylaw in Area D, CAO.
This application is seeking to amend the zoning of the subject property in order to facilitate one lot subdivision, and the administrative recommendation is that the electoral area D official community plan amendment bylaw 2603.24 2023 and the Okanagan Valley zoning amendment bylaw 2800.30 2023 be adopted.
Okay, Director Taylor.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Moved, seconder, thank you. Discussion? Seeing no hands, again, rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to B10, which was the return of the one motion.
Chair, I'm going to recluse
I
myself.
was just going to ask. You're state
it's
the why.
Oh, because it's my
Your-
application.
Okay, your application. All right. CAO, do you want to reintroduce and tell us where we're at with this?
I will have legislative services introduce it. She's got the amendment, the resolution.
Okay. Go ahead. There we are. Button.
I'll just read what the motion was that was voted on at the last meeting. And that was that temporary use permit E 2024.021 TUP to allow an accessory dwelling in the form of a recreational vehicle at 2844 Gammon Road, Naramata, be approved without conditions.
Okay, so that's the motion that's coming back to the board. Pardon me?
Does it need a seconder?
It's on the floor already. It comes back. It's ready to be rediscussed or voted on. Any comments or questions on this? Director Roberts?
So when it comes back as it has, it's just yay or nay? It isn't kind of like, you can say, like it had conditions before, was one of the alternates. You couldn't pick one of those older alternates that we had before, or has that just become a new motion?
Go ahead. Or Ms. Cram.
I think that because it's been reconsidered, you go right back to, not to the start, but to the motion originally being made.
That was the one.
Yeah, so this is it. So was that the question? Did I misunderstand the question?
No, the motion made that was on the floor. So you could, it would be cleanest to defeat it, but it is possible, I suspect, to amend the motion, but that would be better. I would think it's cleaner to defeat it and make a new motion, if that's the board's wish. Discussion, go ahead, Director Holmes.
Just on process, so yeah, I'm a bit confused. So the motion's on the floor, so it means, but if one of the reasons is it's being reconsidered is because the person who made the motion maybe shouldn't have made it, then maybe the motion shouldn't be on the floor. So
that's,
and if you, but it could be the right motion. But if, but if you defeat it, then that motion can't be brought, then it's defeated, right? So.
Yeah, or it can be reapproved too. It's brought back. Is this the direction the board wants to continue with that? Director Taylor.
So then the motion on the floor is to approve the application without any conditions.
Correct.
Okay, I'm ready to vote on that.
Any further discussion? I'm not seeing any hands. And this one's a rural vote. Go ahead, Director Bush.
Yeah, I mean, I voted in favor of this, and not because of any other director's other comments or anything, but to me, I thought it was the right thing that, you know, we're not putting somebody out in the street in the middle of winter, for one thing. And I don't know, it's happening in Naramata, and I don't know if we should be dictating how they should live out there. But anyways, I'm in favor of it.
Okay, Director Taylor, I see a tentative hand.
Yeah, I'm just not sure where we're supposed to make our bulk of our comments, so I guess maybe I have to make them now. And from my perspective, the applicant is the homeowner. The agent is our director, but she's the agent for the homeowner. So when I look at the homeowner, you know, there's 4 issues, and they're in various stages of getting, you know, there was a deck with no permit, that was corrected. There was a kitchen improvement, no permit, still outstanding. There's a tiny home, no permit, we're trying to get that corrected. We were asked if there's short-term rentals. They're advertised. There's no TUP. So that, to me, is the background that I need to look at this.
Director Van Elfen.
Just for clarification, also secondary dwelling on, is it over a hectare? Or is it under a hectare?
This one is under a hectare.
So that contravenes the Okanagan Basin Water Board
Correct.
ruling too. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a concern raised by staff and others. Director Bush.
Yeah, I don't see how it affects the OWB policy because there's no septic tank involved here. So I can't see why it would affect the 1 hectare policy.
Okay. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Director Gettins.
Can staff address that question, that gap of understanding?
Is there a response to how it would affect the OBWB?
Well, I'm just going to qualify this by saying I'm a little hesitant to speak on behalf of a different organization and how they interpret their own policies and regulations, but what I can say is they've made clear to us that there's an expectation that the regional district's zoning bylaws prohibit accessory dwellings on parcels less than 1 hectare unless they're connected to your community sewer. There's no community sewer connection that we're aware of at this parcel. And we're looking, I mean, there's no such thing as tiny homes. There's big homes and there's small homes. And this is a home. It qualifies as an accessory dwelling on a parcel less than 1 hectare, not connected to sewer. So,
yeah, so it's really, in my view, quite clear, which was why I had voted the way I did last time.
Because it does, the permit does say it's an accessory dwelling. Is that right?
Not sure of the exact wording there. Can you clarify that, Ben?
The use requested by the applicant was that the RV be used as an accessory dwelling.
Okay, so it's permitting the RV to be used as an accessory dwelling. Okay, so everybody's clear on that. I'll call the question. Again, rural. All those in favor? All right, opposed? Do you need the names? Director Taylor, Gettins, Pendergraft, Roberts, and anybody else opposed? Director Monteith? Where does that leave us? I think that's 5.
5 opposed. Taylor, Gettins, Pendergraft, Roberts, Monteith.
Monteith, yeah. So that's defeated?
5, 9.
Yes. Motion is defeated. Is there someone wanting to make a new motion? Go ahead, Director Bush.
Yes, so what are the alternatives? Is that, oh, sorry, thanks. Is that without?
The last motion was with no conditions.
Yeah.
The alternative previously recommended was to approve it with conditions.
And what are the conditions?
Staff?
Thanks, James.
Excuse me, Chair. This is Director Coyne. I don't know if you guys can see me. I can't see Director Bush when he's talking. I've had my hand up a couple times and it wasn't acknowledged, so I'm just wondering if you guys can even see me.
We can now. I didn't until now. There you are. Okay, I'll put you on the speak list here next.
I'm good now. It was a long time ago, so it's fine.
Go ahead. Is there a response to that? The conditions?
So as I understand it, the conditions are as listed in the proposed TUP as attached to the report of January 18th. The subject, the following conditions: accessory dwelling shall be in the form of a Canadian Standards Association Z240 RV model recreational vehicle. The accessory dwelling shall be connected to a community water system. The accessory dwelling shall be located 1.52 meters from the north interior side parcel line and 3 meters from the rear parcel line in accordance with Schedule B. Within 6 months of approval of this permit, the applicant must confirm compliance with the sewerage system regulation to the satisfaction of the regional district by submitting one of the following, and there's 2 points.
Okay.
Records of the filing and letter of certification for the existing sewage disposal system serving the RV, confirming that the existing sewage disposal system has adequate performance, condition, size, and location for the intended use in accordance with Section 7.2 of the On-Site Wastewater Certification Board Policy, Appendix 2, Registered On-Site Wastewater Practitioner, ROWP, Practice Guidelines, or if filing documents cannot be produced, record of a compliance inspection completed by an authorized person confirming that the current sewage disposal system can handle the flow and volume produced by the RV, that it does not pose a health hazard, and that it is in conformance with the standards of the Sewerage System Standard Practice Manual, version 3.
Okay, so those were the proposed conditions. Is there someone prepared to make a motion? Director?
I would make that motion.
With the conditions as
With the
read out?
conditions, because at least that doesn't put somebody out in the cold
You're
during the
seconding
winter.
it, Director Roberts? Okay, it's on the floor. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
My question in regards to those conditions specifically, and I'm assuming we're not setting up barriers that are impossible, so that these are things that could fit within a 6 months period of time?
Can you clarify that?
I don't know the answer to that. These were recommendations, at least the conditions, not the time frame, that were recommended to the regional district staff by Interior Health Authority to confirm that it does meet public health regulations for on-site water and sewer.
Yeah. Okay, Director Van Elfen?
So thank you through our chairs to staff then, but that still doesn't answer the question on the OBWB secondary dwelling on under 1 hectare.
No. That item would still be outstanding and is
So
my main concern
So
against
it
this.
doesn't meet the compliance of the OBWB.
No. Seen another hand, Director Monteith. Anybody on this side that I missed? No? Okay. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, if a TUP was approved, is it, like, what's the term? What's the length that it would be approved? And what's the renewal look like? Because typically, does it not, we try not to zone the property versus come back as a, I just want to know future.
Go ahead, staff.
The legislation allows for a maximum period of 3 years for temporary use permit, after which point it can be renewed on application. And that would be for another 3-year period.
Okay, so 3 years. Go ahead, Director McCordoff. You had a
Thank
question?
you. Yes, if this was denied, is there a period of time that the person living in that dwelling has to shut things down? Is there like 3 months, 6 months in order to to comply with this, or is it immediate?
Mr. Garish?
I'm going to qualify this again. Usually this is something I would look to Mr. Petrie to answer.
Yeah, bylaw.
Yeah, so I suspect it would be a negotiated agreement with the property owner in a suitable time frame in order to have the use ceased.
Okay. Director Gettins, and then see
Oh,
Knodel
Rick had
after. Okay, Director Knodel.
Yeah, just a point that Director McCordoff makes quite often. This isn't the OBW's rules. This is a policy from the province. As we know, the province is busy changing a lot of things right now. This is a temporary permit, so it gives the province a time frame, a duration for which to come up with things, or the homeowner a time to wait for the province to decide on what they are going to do. So it is a stopgap measurement. It's not a permanent change, a zoning change. And it is, because it's permanent, I don't think it would trigger that concern. And if it did, because it's the province, they need to start deciding what they're going to do with this regulation. At this point, they've kind of gave us some really confusing words as to what it does. So I'm still in favor of it for all the above reasons. We're in a housing crisis. They need to make a decision. They haven't. There's a time frame there. It's not permanent. I agree with the stipulations. I think those would work. Thank you.
Okay, Director Gettins.
Thanks for the chair. So this TUP application is for 3 years. You can apply up to 3 years. So you can apply for a 1, 2, or 3 in this situation. I have a hard time, with the 1 hectare policy. I also don't know how, it doesn't look temporary to me because it's been cladded and skirted, so it doesn't look super temporary. When this was discussed last time, so I just got to figure out how to say this properly so I don't, I'm not all over the place. So the last time an RV was approved in Area E, because I looked it up, because in the last debate it was said this was quite often happening in Naramata TUPs for RVs. So I looked it up and it was last term. And when you have something like this come forward, and actually it was Director Kunaz who asked about the communication around it. So there's a board on the property, within 100 meters you get a letter, and then the answer from staff was it also went on a voyant alert. And what I heard is that voyant alert was larger, but it's actually not. It's just a voyant alert within the 100 meters unless staff direct otherwise. When this came back last term, the RV was then over to the APC, and I believe there was a public information meeting on it, maybe, for sure the APC. So the previous director asked her APC for their comments, and they limited it to 1 year. So my concern with this is that there hasn't been a lot of communication, because that's what I have heard. So is that people didn't know about this. So to do this again for 3 years without doing more communication and hearing from the folks in Naramata, I'm not comfortable with the 3 years. I think 3 years is longer. If it were less time, and if we could have confirmation that it wouldn't impact the 1 hectare policy, and it was for less time, then that does allow for the province to do what they're doing. That does allow for some proper communication, because it has to come back for renewal in a year. And that means that we can do the public information and all the rest of it and make sure that everybody in Naramata knows what's going on. What I have heard is that the people who I've heard from didn't know anything about this. So just redoing it again hasn't addressed that gap. So I think 3 years is too long for a temporary use permit. But I think that about every RV that we've had come by this table. So I want to make that clear as well.
Okay. Comment, Director Miller?
Yes, my question through the chair for staff. I had asked at the last meeting if there was a short-term rental being operated on the property. And you kind of shrugged your shoulders and said you didn't know. Is there or isn't there?
Staff?
All right, well, I'll let you get a better handle on it.
Ben?
I'm not aware of any short-term rental on the property, and that's on the basis of a review of regional district records.
Yeah.
Because it's my understanding it has been advertised on and off on social media, so.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director Gettins.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that too, because I know that is something that many of us have heard. But My understanding, and I don't want to speak on behalf of staff, that they don't go looking for things, so it's all complaint driven, right? So if there's no complaint against a short-term rental, the RDOS wouldn't have a record of that. So if you get a complaint about an RV, they're not going to go see what else is going around unless there's on the record, which is what we had in the report around the kitchen, the deck and everything.
Yeah, that's how it usually works. There's enough work just to deal with the report. Seeing no more question or no more hands or comments, I'm going to call the question, roll vote. All those in favor? Okay, and those opposed? Director Gettens and Pendergraft opposed. So the motion does carry. Yes. Okay. Moving on, Public Works, OBWB Water Conservation Quality Improvement Grant Support, CAO.
Thank you. The OBWB requires that the water conservation and quality improvement grant applications be accompanied by a letter of support from the organization local government. This includes projects submitted by staff of local government. All project must receive a letter of support, and the recommended motion is that the regional district submit letters of support for the following projects. Regional District Project West Bench Customer Portal Pilot Project to engage residents in drought awareness and how conditions affect water consumption. And Vassal Lake Stewardship Association Project, Water Monitoring Project on Vassal Lake to the Okanagan Basin Water Board for the 2024 OBWB Water Conservation and Quality Improvement for the Water Conservation and Quality Improvement Grants. Staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, is someone prepared to move these?
You have something?
Move?
Okay. So Lisa does have something else to discuss.
Did you want to mention something, Lisa?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I had a very late email this afternoon from the Okanagan Nation Alliance that they would like their phase 4 of their streams and alluvial fan project included in this as well.
So we can.
Yeah, I can give you the exact project name.
If we would.
Yeah, it's from the Okanagan.
Where is it? So we're just some information on it.
Yeah, it's just to do with alluvial fans and streams within the region.
Okay, so it's general for the region?
Yes.
Okay, so adding that to the list, you're still moving it? Mover, is there a seconder for it? Thank you. It's on the floor. This is a corporate vote. Is there more discussion? Seeing no hands, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. C2, a household hazardous waste facilities contract. Go ahead, CAO.
Thank you. In order to dispose of hazardous waste received at the Campbell Mountain landfill, specialized companies must be retained to collect, ship, and dispose of these materials. Our existing service contract has expired and a new contract is required. And the motion is that the regional district award the household hazardous waste facility service provider contract to GLF Environmental Services for approximately $105,000 per annum for up to 5-year term.
Okay, someone prepared to move that? Moved, thank you. Seconded. This one happens to be a weighted corporate, but we'll just see where it goes. Director Taylor, comments or questions?
Maybe I've missed something. Who's our current provider?
I believe it's the same.
GFL.
Okay, that's
Okay,
what
so it's,
I missed that somewhere.
okay. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? No opposed, so the motion carries. Easy, didn't have to go weighted. Community Services, D1, License of Occupation for a Park in Area F, CAO.
And this is to secure a long-term land tenure over a section of up to 4 hectares of Crown provincial land for the development of a public access park that will enhance the recreation offerings of the surrounding communities. And the recommended motion is that the Board of Directors endorse an application to the Province of British Columbia for a license of occupation for a portion of the Crown provincial parcel, legal description at District Lot 2558 to Suyas District Gale District Lot for a period of 30 years. Mr. Woods is here to answer questions if you have any.
Okay, I'll go to Director Gettens.
Thank you. I'm going to move an amended recommendation, please, of the location. So all things remain the same, except we go to KVR, Rail Trail, and adjacent right-of-way at Kettle Place, please.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Thank you. It's on the floor.
I'll just clarify
Go
why
ahead.
that's changed really quick. We had a really great community meeting last week, and we heard from the citizens that this was the preferred location. And it's actually great. It's right in the beginning of Felder. It's where the mailbox is. There's lots of action on the trailhead. So I think it's an excellent location. I think it was actually the staff, I think it might have been preferred because it's quicker. So it's great. So yeah, we're very happy.
Director Taylor.
Just curious, based on something we're going through now, is this going to be a regional park or an area park, community park?
Community park? Is that the yep for that or the, okay. It's a community park at this stage. All right. Director Monteith.
Through the chair, super exciting for Falter, so yay. Does that come with creating a service for that area?
To the chair. It's already, actually, Falder and Meadow Valley have been contributing to Area F Parks and Recreation for a really long time. So we're all pretty keen to invest out there. So we're quite happy.
So you've got the area-wide
Yep, we're ready to go.
service area. Okay. Any further discussion? Not seeing any hands. This one again is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to the CAO report. CAO.
It's CEO/CFO for this report.
Okay,
So
go
at
for
the
it.
December 21st, 2023 board meeting, the board approved the change in the organizational structure for the Protective Services Department, which created a separate department. On January 18th, 2024, the board tentatively approved the senior manager's position service and for the emergency program coordinator. Staff is now asking that the board of the regional district endorse an early approval for the two protective services full-time equivalent requests, and that's so that we can set up the department and get it up and running before fires and floods. And we started interviewing already to replace the one of the existing positions for the emergency program coordinator, and we've got quite a few good applicants. So by the board early approval of both positions, one of them we can hire two instead of just the replacement of one, and then start to look for the protective services senior manager.
Okay, mover, seconder, thank you. Discussion on this? We've been through this all before. I think it's important. So not seeing any hands. This one is again corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. I think you want to do the second one there too, CAO, F2?
Thank you. So we recently received some grant funding, which had specific restrictions on how they can be funded. And what this report is actually looking at has recommendations on how the funds can be split. And it's $125,000 is being asked for the development cost charges. Our development cost charges are outdated. And if we don't keep them up on a timely basis, what that means is the taxpayer of today continue to pay for upgrades that are required because of growth. There's $50,000 for the housing needs report, and there's another $57,650 that just takes the rest of the funds to create a new amenity cost charge bylaw. And the recommended motion here is that the board of the regional district of Okanagan-Spokane directs staff to allocate the grant received from the Ministry of Housing as recommended in the February 8th report from the Chief Administrative Officer. And if the board approves of this, it will be in the budget for a third reading.
Okay. Are we okay with that? Someone prepared to move it? Mover, seconded, thank you. Discussion on it? Not thinking I'm seeing any hands. Again, this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Your verbal report now, CAO, or if we...
I'm going to keep this short and say none.
Okay. Other business, chair's report at, I guess that's probably where we should rise and report from this morning's, or it was probably this afternoon, it's been such a long day, I'm mixed up on what time it is even right now, but do you want to read out the Rise and Report for me, please, CAO?
Yes, I can. So in the in-camera meeting, the board directed staff to review the board code of ethics and bring back recommendations as on a timely basis.
Okay, that's just for information purposes. And I don't have much else to report. There was a few things, but I have to admit my mind is going fuzzy and it's not important, so I'll get it at the next meeting and it might make it more clear. Director's motions. Any director's motions? Oh, Director Knodel, go ahead.
Sorry, that was a verbal update. I got ahead of myself. Sorry.
Director's motions. I'm not seeing any hands there. So now we'll go to the board members' verbal updates. Director Knodel, I'll go to you since you
jumped out in front of everyone. Just to remind everyone that on February 23rd, BC Tree Fruits invited us to a tour of their new facility in Oliver. I'm told the new produce line production line is quite something to see. So just letting everybody know, it's the day after our next meeting, so I thought I'd give you some warning. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'll see you there.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other, go ahead, Director Holmes, verbal update.
So I know the board representations are next meeting, but I think I would just like to acknowledge that Director McCordoff stepped down as chair of the OBWB and thank her for five really great years of leadership of that organization. And yeah, well done.
I'll give you that for sure. Thank you.
And for your information, Lake Country Mayor Blair Ireland is the new chair, and I drew the short straw.
Short straw.
And am now the vice chair.
Congratulations on that. Yeah, it's nice to have someone from down our neck still representing us. Any other verbal updates? Don't believe I'm missing any hands. So looking for a motion to adjourn. There's a whole handful of those. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. And I appreciate everybody's patience on the day. We are adjourned. It was a long day.
Let's not do this next.
And let's not do it again.
Yeah.